Get comfortable. Pull the blanket up a little higher if you need to. You don't have to do anything right now except listen. Tonight we're going back to Springfield. 300 facts about the longest-running animated series in television history, told slowly, told gently, one after another, until you're ready to drift off. You don't need to remember any of this. That's the whole point. Just let it wash over you. Let's begin. Section 1. Origins and Creation Facts 1 through 35. Fact 1. The Simpsons was not originally supposed to be a full television series. It began as a series of short animated segments that aired on a sketch comedy program called The Tracy Ullman Show, starting in April of 1987. Those early shorts were rough, the animation was uneven, the characters moved a little strangely, and the whole thing had a scrawled, handmade quality that felt nothing like what the show would eventually become. But something about the family connected with audiences. People liked them, and that early warmth, that early fondness for a family that felt real even when drawn imperfectly, is what eventually convinced Fox to give The Simpsons their own show. Fact 2. Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, was sitting in the waiting room of James L. Brooks's office when he came up with the final concept for the family. He had been invited to pitch a series of animated shorts based on his comic strip Life in Hell, a dark and funny strip about a rabbit navigating modern adult life. But sitting in that waiting room, Groening had a change of heart. He decided that adapting Life in Hell would mean giving up the rights to characters he cared deeply about. So, on the spot in that hallway, he sketched out an entirely new family from scratch. He named them after his own family members. His father was named Homer. His mother was named Margaret. His sisters were named Lisa and Maggie. Only Bart was different. Bart was an anagram of the word brat, which felt right for the character taking shape in Groening's mind. Fact 3. The name Springfield was chosen deliberately because it is one of the most common city names in America. There is a Springfield in nearly every state. Groening wanted the town to feel like it could be anywhere, like it belonged to everyone watching, regardless of where they lived. He has said in interviews that he grew up near Springfield, Oregon, and that the name always carried a certain ordinary middle American quality that suited the show perfectly. The ambiguity was intentional from the very beginning. Springfield was never meant to have a fixed location on a map. Fact 4. The yellow skin color of the Simpson family was a deliberate creative choice made by the show's early colorist, Georgie Palouse. The story goes that Groening wanted the characters to immediately stand out when a viewer was flipping through television channels. At the time, the dominant colors in animation were natural skin tones. Yellow was unusual. Yellow was arresting. Yellow made your eye stop on the channel even before you knew what you were looking at. Once the decision was made, it stuck. And now, nearly 4 decades later, the yellow skin of The Simpsons is one of the most recognizable visual signatures in the history of television. Fact 5. The original Tracy Ullman Show shorts are noticeably different from the full series in ways that go beyond animation quality. The characters have a slightly different emotional register in those early segments. Homer is rougher around the edges, more openly selfish in a way that reads less charming and more genuinely abrasive. Marge is quieter and more passive. The children are less defined as individual personalities. Watching those early shorts now feels a little like looking at a photograph of someone you know when they were very young. You can recognize them, but they haven't quite become themselves yet. Fact 6. The Simpsons premiered as a full half-hour series on December 17, 1989. The first episode was called Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, and it aired as a Christmas special. In that episode, Homer discovers that he will not be receiving his Christmas bonus at work, and he takes a job as a mall Santa to try to afford gifts for the family. When that money is lost at the dog track, Homer and Bart adopt the racing dog that lost them their money, a greyhound named Santa's Little Helper. The episode ends warmly and quietly, with the family gathered together around the unexpected addition to their household. It was a gentle introduction. It told you right away that underneath all the dysfunction, these people loved each other. Fact 7. The original pitch for The Simpsons at Fox involved a degree of skepticism from network executives. Fox was a new network in 1989, still establishing itself, still taking risks in ways that the bigger networks were unwilling to. But even within that environment, the idea of a primetime animated show aimed at adults was considered unusual. Animation at that point in television history was largely understood to be children's content. The Simpsons changed that assumption permanently. It demonstrated that animation could carry adult themes, complex satire, genuine emotion, and sharp political commentary. Everything that followed in the world of adult animation, every show that came after and built on that foundation, owes something to what The Simpsons proved possible in December of 1989. Fact 8. James L. Brooks, who was one of the executive producers on The Simpsons from its very beginning, brought an enormous amount of credibility and storytelling experience to the project. Brooks had already produced and created some of the most celebrated television comedies in history, including The Mary Tyler Moore Show and Taxi. He also directed the film Terms of Endearment. His involvement signaled to the television industry that The Simpsons was a serious creative endeavor, not a novelty. Brooks's influence pushed the show toward emotional honesty and genuine character depth in ways that shaped its identity as much as the animation or the jokes. Fact 9. Al Jean and Mike Reiss, two writers who would go on to serve as showrunners during the show's early seasons, first joined The Simpsons during its first season. They had previously worked together on other projects and brought a particular comedic sensibility to the writer's room that helped define the show's early voice. Jean, in particular, has remained connected to The Simpsons for much of its entire run, making him one of the longest-tenured figures in the show's history. He returned as showrunner in 2001 and has held that position ever since, which means he has overseen more seasons of The Simpsons than any other single person. Fact 10. The early writing staff of The Simpsons was extraordinarily well-educated by television standards. Multiple writers held degrees from Harvard University, where they had worked on the Harvard Lampoon, a humor publication with a long tradition of sending its writers into careers in comedy and entertainment. This academic background gave the show an unusually literary quality in its early seasons. References to philosophy, history, literature, and science appeared naturally and frequently in episodes because the people writing those episodes genuinely knew and loved those subjects. The jokes were dense in a way that rewarded attentive viewers without punishing anyone who missed the references. Fact 11. The Simpsons originally aired on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock, a time slot that Fox defended fiercely and that the show quickly dominated. Its early ratings were remarkable by any standard. Within its first season, it became the highest-rated show on the Fox network. By its second season, it was competing seriously with the programming of the major networks, which at that time was considered nearly impossible for a Fox show to do. The Sunday night time slot became so associated with The Simpsons that it shaped how viewers thought about the entire evening. For millions of families throughout the 1990s, Sunday night at 8 meant one specific thing. Fact 12. The animation for The Simpsons has always been produced in South Korea at a studio called Rough Draft Korea. The production pipeline involves the scripts and storyboards being created in Los Angeles, then shipped overseas for the actual animation work to be completed, then returned to Los Angeles for final editing and post-production. This arrangement has been in place essentially since the beginning of the show, though the specific studios involved have changed over the decades. The global nature of the production process, which was unusual for the time when the show started, has since become the standard approach for most American animated television series. Fact 13. The couch gag that opens every episode of The Simpsons was not initially intended to become one of the show's signature elements. It began as a practical solution to a problem. Different episodes of the show run slightly different lengths depending on how the editing comes together. The couch gag sequence was originally designed as a flexible element that could be made longer or shorter as needed to hit the right runtime. When a particular episode ran a little short, the couch gag would be extended. When it ran long, the gag would be trimmed. Over time, audiences began to anticipate the couch gag specifically, and the production team began treating it as a creative opportunity rather than just a timing tool. Fact 14. Some of the most celebrated couch gags in the show's history have been produced by guest directors and artists from outside the traditional animation industry. The artist Banksy directed a couch gag sequence in 2010 that depicted the overseas animation production in extremely dark terms, showing workers in conditions that resembled a factory from a dystopian novel. It was genuinely surprising television, and it aired as part of what was otherwise a normal episode. The willingness to hand the couch gag over to outside voices and let them say something genuinely critical about the show's own production was a creative risk that the show has repeatedly taken to remarkable effect. Fact 15. The chalkboard gag, in which Bart is seen writing a sentence repeatedly on a blackboard at the start of the opening sequence, has produced some of the most quoted lines in the show's history. Early chalkboard gags include phrases like, "I will not waste chalk," I Will Not Skateboard in the Halls, and Bart Bucks Do Not Exist. These were written by the show's writers as small jokes tucked into the opening credits, things that regular viewers would notice and occasional viewers might miss. Over time, the chalkboard gags became a barometer for how topical and daring the writers were feeling in any given week, since the gag was one of the last elements finalized before an episode aired. Fact 16. The saxophone solo that Lisa plays in the opening title sequence was originally performed by a professional jazz musician named Terry Harrington. The image of Lisa playing outside on the steps of the school while her fellow students file past her was designed to immediately establish something important about her character. She is talented in a way that sets her apart. She plays with genuine feeling, and the world moves around her without particularly noticing or caring. That image in those few seconds of the opening credits contains almost everything you need to understand about Lisa Simpson as a character. Fact 17. Matt Groening has described the creation of Homer's distinctive exclamation, the one he makes when something goes wrong, as something that emerged very naturally from the character. The sound itself has been written in various ways in scripts and subtitles over the years, though the preferred version within the show's production documents is a simple expression of frustration that Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, developed and refined during the early recording sessions. Castellaneta has said that he experimented with different versions of the sound, some longer, some shorter, some more aggressive, before arriving at the version that the show has used ever since. It became so associated with Homer so quickly that it preceded the character into mainstream culture. Fact 18. The theme music for The Simpsons was composed by Danny Elfman, who recorded it in a single session that lasted only a few hours. Elfman has described the commission as a project he approached almost casually, writing the theme quickly and without a great deal of deliberation. He has since expressed some surprise at how enduring and iconic the piece has become. The theme has a playful, slightly manic quality that perfectly suits the show's opening sequence, which escalates from a quiet, establishing shot of Springfield to a chaotic family race toward the couch. Elfman's music does exactly what great television theme music is supposed to do. It tells you in under a minute exactly what kind of show you are about to watch. Fact 19. The voice recording sessions for The Simpsons are conducted differently than most animated shows. Rather than recording the cast members separately and then combining their audio in post-production, the main cast of The Simpsons often records together in the same room, or at least in configurations that allow them to hear each other and play off each other's performances. This approach produces a more naturalistic quality in the dialogue, a sense of genuine interaction between characters that is harder to achieve when voices are recorded in isolation. The chemistry between the cast members is audible in the final product, and it has been one of the show's consistent strengths since the first season. Fact 20. The Simpsons went through a complicated negotiation period in 2004 when the 6 main voice cast members organized collectively to negotiate their contracts. The cast had already gone through a high-profile contract dispute in 1998, which had resulted in significant salary increases. The 2004 negotiation was similarly contentious and similarly resolved in the cast's favor. By 2008, each of the 6 principal voice cast members was earning approximately $400,000 per episode. This figure made headlines at the time and brought significant public attention to the economics of long-running animated series. Fact 21. Fox at various points seriously considered continuing The Simpsons with new voice actors if contract negotiations had broken down entirely. This was never publicly described as a firm plan, but the possibility was floated in negotiations as a way of establishing leverage. The idea was generally met with skepticism by observers, since the voices of the main cast are so fundamentally associated with their characters that replacing them would likely have caused the show irreparable damage with its audience. The negotiations ultimately resolved without any recasting, but the conversations about what the show would be without its original cast raised interesting and uncomfortable questions about where the show's identity actually resided. Fact 22. The Simpsons holds the record for the most guest stars of any television show in history. By the time the show reached its 300th episode, it had already featured more guest appearances than any other scripted series ever produced. The range of those guest appearances is staggering. Musicians, politicians, athletes, authors, scientists, philosophers, actors, directors, and a former president of the United States have all appeared in Springfield. Some of those appearances lasted only a few seconds. Others involved significant speaking roles and multiple scenes. but each one required the show's production team to coordinate schedules, negotiate fees, and integrate an outside voice into the established world of Springfield. Fact 23. The episode that marked the show's 100th episode was a milestone that the production team celebrated in a particular way. The 100th episode, called Sweet Seymour Skinner's Badass Song, aired on February 25, 1994, and it dealt with Principal Skinner losing his job at Springfield Elementary and Homer developing an unlikely friendship with him. The episode was celebrated internally as a significant achievement, since reaching 100 episodes was the threshold at which television shows became viable for syndication. Syndication, the practice of selling a show's reruns to local stations, was where the enormous financial rewards of a successful series were realized. Reaching 100 episodes meant The Simpsons was now worth a great deal more than it had been the week before. Fact 24. The early seasons of The Simpsons were produced on a very tight budget relative to what the show eventually earned for Fox. The animation was sometimes inconsistent as a result. Backgrounds would shift subtly between shots. Character proportions would vary slightly from scene to scene. Colors would be slightly different between the beginning and end of an episode. These inconsistencies were not intentional artistic choices. They were the natural result of a large production spread across multiple studios, working under time pressure and financial constraints. Interestingly, many viewers who grew up watching those early seasons have a strong nostalgic attachment to the slightly rough quality of the animation, associating it with the show's creative peak. Fact 25. The writing process for a single episode of The Simpsons, from initial pitch to final broadcast, typically takes between 6 and 9 months. The process begins with writers pitching story ideas in the writer's room, which leads to a story outline, which leads to a full script draft, which leads to a table read with the cast, which leads to revisions, which leads to recording, which leads to animation, which leads to editing, which leads to the final mix and delivery. The long production pipeline means that the writing staff is always simultaneously working on multiple episodes at very different stages of completion. On any given day in the writer's room, the team might be finalizing jokes for an episode airing in 6 weeks, while also breaking the story for an episode that won't air for another 8 months. Fact 26. Matt Groening has a tradition of hiding his initials in every episode of The Simpsons. The initials MG appear somewhere in the background of each episode, worked into the design of signs, graffiti, license plates, or other background elements. This is the kind of detail that most viewers never consciously notice, but that rewards the small audience of dedicated observers who look for it. Groening is not the only animator to have embedded personal signatures in his work, but the consistency with which he has done it across hundreds of episodes represents a remarkable commitment to the practice. Fact 27. The show has a long tradition of producing special Halloween episodes called Treehouse of Horror, which began with the first season and has continued without interruption ever since. These episodes are exempt from the show's normal continuity. Characters die. Monsters appear. The laws of physics are suspended entirely. The segments within each Treehouse of Horror episode are typically parodies of horror films, science fiction stories, or supernatural tales, with the Simpsons family cast in the central roles. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have become as anticipated as the regular seasons, and are often where the show's writers take their most creative and unexpected swings. Fact 28. The first Treehouse of Horror episode, which aired in October of 1990, contained a segment called Bad Dream House, which parodied the film Amityville Horror. In that segment, the Simpsons move into a haunted house that turns the family members against each other before ultimately imploding, rather than share its space with a family as dysfunctional as the Simpsons. It was a gentle, funny horror parody, but it established the template that the show has followed in every Halloween episode since. 3 segments, each a self-contained horror or science fiction story, each playing the Simpsons against genre conventions in ways that were funny but also genuinely atmospheric. Fact 29. The Simpsons movie, which was released in 2007, took approximately 4 years to write and produce. The film had been discussed and considered for years before production actually began. Multiple scripts were written and discarded. Multiple directors were considered before David Silverman, who had a long history with the show, was brought on. The film was eventually written by a group that included Matt Groening, James L. Brooks, Al Jean, and 8 other writers, making it one of the most elaborately developed comedy screenplays in recent memory. The film earned close to $500 million at the worldwide box office, making it one of the most successful animated films of the decade. Fact 30. The production of The Simpsons movie created significant logistical challenges for the regular television series. Since many of the same writers, animators, and voice actors were working on both the film and the ongoing series simultaneously, the regular episodes produced during the film's development period were sometimes created under unusual pressure. The writer's room during this time was operating at a level of creative multitasking that pushed the production team to its limits. Several people who worked on the show during this period have described it as one of the most intense stretches in the show's entire production history. Fact 31. When The Simpsons movie was released, Fox organized a promotion in which 7 actual 7-Eleven convenience stores across the United States were converted into Quick E-Marts, the fictional convenience store run by Apu in the show. The stores were redesigned to look like the animated version of the shop, and they stocked products from the show, including Buzz Cola and Krusty O's cereal and squishy drinks. The promotion generated enormous media coverage and long lines in the cities where it was staged. It was one of the most successful tie-in marketing campaigns for an animated film and demonstrated the degree to which Springfield had become a cultural space that people genuinely wanted to physically inhabit, even briefly. Fact 32. The Simpsons has been broadcast in more than 100 countries and has been translated into dozens of languages. Some of those translations have involved significant cultural adaptations to make specific jokes land appropriately for local audiences. References to American foods, American institutions, American political figures, and American geography that might not translate directly have sometimes been replaced with local equivalents. In some markets, the name Homer has been changed entirely because it does not carry the same cultural resonance outside of an English-speaking context. The global reach of the show is a testament to the universal quality of its central premise: a family trying to stay together in a world that is frequently absurd and occasionally overwhelming. Fact 33. The Simpsons was one of the first major television shows to develop a significant online fan community. In the early days of the internet, dedicated viewers gathered in newsgroups and early forums to discuss episodes in extraordinary detail. They cataloged continuity errors, compiled reference guides, documented every guest appearance, and began developing the kind of elaborate fan theories that have since become a central part of how audiences engage with long-running cultural phenomena. The early online fandom of The Simpsons helped establish many of the practices and conventions of modern television fan culture. Things that today seem natural and obvious, like detailed episode databases and collaborative fan wikis, can trace part of their origin to the communities that formed around The Simpsons in the early 1990s. Fact 34. The show has inspired an academic field that some scholars have called Simpsons Studies, a genuinely serious area of cultural and media analysis that examines the show's social commentary, its representation of American family life, its relationship to political satire, and its influence on television history. Multiple books have been published by university presses examining the show from sociological, philosophical, and literary angles. There are courses at actual universities that use episodes of The Simpsons as primary texts for discussions of ethics, economics, political theory, and cultural criticism. The show that began as 30-second animated shorts on a sketch comedy program has become, over the course of 4 decades, a legitimate subject of scholarly inquiry. Fact 35. As of the most recent count, The Simpsons has produced more than 780 episodes, making it not only the longest-running American animated series, but the longest-running primetime scripted television show in the entire history of the medium. It has outlasted every competitor, every challenger, every show that was once predicted to replace it or surpass it. It began before the internet existed in any meaningful public form. It has survived the rise and fall of multiple competing networks. It has continued through technological shifts that transformed how audiences watch television, and it is still running. Still telling stories about the same family in the same house on the same street in the same impossible town. Still finding ways to make people laugh and, occasionally, to make them feel something genuine. That is the end of the first section. If you are still awake, take a breath. Let your eyes close a little if they want to. Before we move on, drop a comment and let us know what time it is and where in the world you are watching from tonight. And if you want more of this, go ahead and subscribe. It genuinely helps. Now, let's talk about Homer and Marge. Section 2. Homer and Marge. Facts 36 through 70. Fact 36. Homer Simpson's full name is Homer J. Simpson. The middle name J was chosen as a tribute to the tradition of giving cartoon characters the middle initial J as a kind of running joke in American animation. J is a placeholder initial, a comic convention with a long history in the medium. But within the world of The Simpsons, it is simply Homer's middle name, and it appears on official documents within the show just as it would on any real person's identification. Fact 37. Homer's weight has been mentioned in several episodes and has varied over the course of the series, but the figure most commonly cited within the show's canon is 239 pounds. This places him in a weight range that the show has frequently referenced in storylines about his health, his diet, and his relationship with food. Homer's appetite is one of his most defining character traits, and the show has used it as the source of both comedy and occasional genuine pathos. His relationship with food is not purely comedic. There is something in the way Homer eats that speaks to a deeper hunger, a need for comfort and satisfaction that food provides imperfectly but reliably. Fact 38. The crayon lodged in Homer's brain, which is revealed in the season 12 episode Homer to the Max, has become one of the most beloved pieces of the show's mythology. The episode reveals that as a young child, Homer inserted a crayon into his nostril and pushed it far enough that it became lodged in his brain, where it remained undetected for decades and gradually suppressed his cognitive function. When the crayon is removed, Homer's IQ rises dramatically, and he briefly experiences the world as an intelligent, perceptive adult. The experience is not pleasant. He sees too clearly. He understands too much. The comfortable fog of his normal life is stripped away and replaced with a sharp, uncomfortable awareness of everything that is wrong around him. He eventually asks a doctor to put the crayon back. Fact 39. Homer's IQ, when the crayon is in place, has been cited by the show's creator as approximately 55. This is a figure that places him in a range typically associated with significant cognitive impairment in clinical psychology. The show uses this number partly as a joke and partly as a genuine explanation for some of Homer's more inexplicable behavior. At an IQ of 55, Homer is not merely silly or lazy or inattentive. He is operating under a genuine limitation that shapes everything about how he perceives and interacts with the world. The show has the unusual quality of making this limitation both funny and, in certain quiet moments, genuinely moving. Fact 40. Homer has held an extraordinary number of jobs over the course of the series. The list is long enough that dedicated fans have spent years compiling it. He has worked as a safety inspector at the nuclear power plant, which is his primary and most consistent job. But he has also worked as a snowplow operator, a food critic, a rock band manager, a farmer, a missionary, a Prohibition-era bootlegger, a boxer, a bodyguard, an astronaut, a monorail conductor, a massage therapist, a hippie, a truck driver, a paparazzo, and dozens of other things. Each of these alternate careers typically lasts for a single episode before the show resets, and Homer returns to Sector 7G and the nuclear plant. The floating nature of his employment is part of the show's episodic logic, but it has also become a kind of running inventory of the American working-class experience. Fact 41. The nuclear power plant where Homer works was originally described as a facility generating power for the entire town of Springfield. Burns owns it entirely and has owned it for decades. The plant has been sold and repurchased at least once during the show's run, most notably to a group of German investors who promptly fired Homer and attempted to bring the facility up to code. The cost of doing so was catastrophic, and Burns eventually bought the plant back at a fraction of what he sold it for. Homer was immediately rehired upon Burns's return. The German Investors episode is one of the most economically insightful the show has ever produced, examining in a comedic frame what actually happens when someone tries to fix a deeply broken system. Fact 42. Homer's relationship with Marge is one of the most consistently loving portrayals of a long marriage in television history, which is a remarkable thing to say about a show that is primarily known for physical comedy, satirical excess, and Homer's frequent catastrophic failures. But underneath all of that, the show has always maintained that Homer and Marge genuinely love each other. Not in a perfect way, not in a way that involves constant romance or flawless communication. They love each other in the complicated, stubborn, imperfect way that real long marriages actually work. Homer is thoughtless and selfish and frequently oblivious to Marge's emotional needs. Marge is sometimes controlling and occasionally self-righteous. And they have chosen each other over and over again across 36 seasons. Fact 43. Marge Simpson's maiden name is Bouvier. She is the daughter of Jacqueline Bouvier, a formidable and somewhat withholding woman who has appeared in several episodes and who seems perpetually disappointed in Marge's choice of husband. Marge's father was named Clancy Bouvier and appeared only in flashbacks in one particular episode that revealed him to have been a flight attendant who harbored a secret ambition to be a jazz musician. The revelation gave Marge's love of music and art a clear origin point and added a layer of melancholy to her character, connecting her unfulfilled creative ambitions to her father's similarly unrealized dreams. Fact 44. Marge's towering blue hair is one of the most iconic visual elements in all of animation. It was originally designed as a joke, a reference to the elaborate and gravity-defying hairstyles that were fashionable in the 1960s. But the joke eventually became the character. Marge's hair is now simply part of who she is. The show has occasionally explored the hair's logistics in comic detail. There are episodes that reveal objects hidden within the hair, that examine the structural engineering required to maintain its shape, and that depict the dramatic consequences of the hair being damaged, deflated, or cut. One of the show's recurring visual gags involves the hair's extreme height, becoming a problem in contexts involving low ceilings or strong winds. Fact 45. Julie Kavner, who has voiced Marge since the very first Tracy Ullman short in 1987, has one of the most distinctive voices in television history. Her naturally raspy, slightly husky voice quality has been present in Marge from the beginning and has become inseparable from the character's identity. Kavner has said in interviews that she does not do a great deal of deliberate voice acting for Marge. The voice emerges naturally from how she reads the character. There is something warm and a little tired and deeply earnest about the way Kavner delivers Marge's lines that gives the character an emotional authenticity that pure performance might not achieve. Fact 46. Marge has worked at a remarkable number of jobs herself over the course of the series, though her primary identity is as a homemaker and mother. She has worked at the nuclear power plant, as a police officer, as a real estate agent, as a pretzel franchise operator, as a professional painter, as a safety advocate, and as the owner of a small business that she ran briefly and competently before the episode's plot required it to close or fail. In nearly every episode where Marge pursues a professional or creative goal, she is shown to be genuinely competent, often more competent than the people around her. The show frequently uses her competence as a structural element, positioning her ability against the obstacles placed in front of her by a world that is not always interested in letting her succeed. Fact 47. The episode in which Marge discovers a talent for painting and produces a remarkable portrait of Mr. Burns, which Burns wants to buy and keep for himself, is one of the most critically celebrated episodes in the show's history. It is called Brush with Greatness, and it aired during the second season. The episode raises genuine questions about artistic ambition, self-worth, and what it means to finally be seen after years of being overlooked. Marge's painting is genuinely beautiful within the logic of the episode. Burns's desire to acquire it reads as the act of a man who, for perhaps the first time, has encountered something he cannot buy or control. It is a quietly powerful half-hour of television. Fact 48. Homer and Marge's wedding was depicted in a flashback episode called A Millhouse Divided, though the most detailed and emotionally complete depiction of their early relationship and marriage appeared in the episode called I Married Marge, which aired in the third season. In that episode, told through Homer's retelling of events, we see him and Marge as young adults, discovering that Marge is pregnant with Bart, struggling with Homer's lack of stable employment, and eventually marrying in a modest ceremony before Homer lands his job at the nuclear plant. The episode has a warm, nostalgic quality and presents Homer in his most sympathetic light, as a young man who wants to do the right thing for his family and finds a way to do it, however imperfectly. Fact 49. Marge's voice, as performed by Julie Kavner, has sometimes been cited as a potential health concern for the actress. The raspy, strained quality that makes the voice distinctive also puts unusual demands on Kavner's vocal cords. She has spoken guardedly about this in interviews, neither confirming nor denying that the voice work has caused her physical discomfort, but noting that the demands of recording are something she takes seriously. The fact that she has maintained the character for nearly 4 decades is itself a remarkable achievement of physical vocal discipline. Fact 50. Homer's relationship with food is so central to his character that food has essentially become a co-star in The Simpsons. The show has created several fictional foods that have become as culturally embedded as the characters themselves. The most famous of these is the Flaming Moe, a cocktail invented by Homer and later stolen by Moe that becomes the most popular drink in Springfield for a brief, glorious season. The show has also introduced Krusty Burgers, Squishies, Duff Beer, and a dozen other fictional food and drink items that viewers reference as casually as if they were real products. There are actual restaurants around the world that have put versions of these foods on their real menus. Fact 51. Duff Beer, the fictional beverage that Homer and many other residents of Springfield consume in enormous quantities, has been licensed and sold as an actual beer in several countries. In some markets, Duff Beer is available in actual stores, on actual shelves, and has genuine alcohol content. Fox has had a complicated relationship with the licensing of Duff, since the show's use of the brand is closely associated with a character whose drinking is sometimes portrayed as problematic. The tension between the show's satirical portrayal of Homer's alcohol consumption and the commercial appeal of selling a real version of his favorite beer has been a recurring point of discussion around the show's merchandising. Fact 52. Homer's strangling of Bart, which has been a recurring gag throughout the show's history, is one of the most debated elements of the series from a contemporary perspective. In the early seasons, it was presented as a pure slapstick comedy beat, a pantomime of frustrated parental violence that was always clearly non-harmful and non-serious. As cultural conversations about the representation of family dynamics evolved, the gag has appeared less frequently in later seasons. The show's own writers have acknowledged the shift. What read as obviously comic in 1990 reads slightly differently in 2025, and the production team has been thoughtful about how and when to deploy the visual. Fact 53. Marge's relationship with gambling became the subject of one of the show's most honest episodes. In the episode called Springfield, which aired in the 5th season, Springfield legalizes gambling and opens a casino. Marge develops a compulsive gambling problem and becomes unable to stop playing the slot machines even when her family desperately needs her attention. The episode does not play Marge's addiction as funny. It plays it as real and painful, depicting the way compulsive behavior can override a person's best intentions and most genuine love. It is one of several episodes in which the show uses a character's struggle with addiction or compulsion as the basis for genuine emotional storytelling rather than comedy. Fact 54. Homer has met God twice within the show's canonical history, both times in what the show presents as genuine divine encounters rather than dreams or delusions. The first meeting occurs in the 4th season episode Homer the Heretic, in which Homer decides to stop attending church and has a deeply satisfying day at home, culminating in a dream conversation with God. God in this episode is presented as surprisingly reasonable, relaxed, and sympathetic to Homer's frustrations with organized religion. The second meeting is briefer and occurs in a later episode, but it reinforces the show's unusual theological position that Homer, of all the people in Springfield, has a particular and inexplicable connection to the divine. Fact 55. Ned Flanders, Homer's neighbor, is deeply devout and attends church every week without fail. God has never spoken directly to Ned. This asymmetry, which the show has never directly addressed or acknowledged, is one of the quieter darknesses running through the series. The man who has structured his entire life around his faith receives silence. The man who occasionally throws a fit about having to attend church at all receives divine conversation. It is either a joke or it is a statement about the relationship between genuine faith and institutional religiosity, or it is both things at once, which is often where the most interesting Simpsons moments live. Fact 56. Homer's mother, Mona Simpson, appeared in only a handful of episodes across the show's run, but had an outsized impact on the show's emotional mythology. She was voiced by Glenn Close in her first full appearance in the 7th season episode Mother Simpson, which is consistently ranked among the greatest episodes ever produced. Close brought a warmth and a weight to the character that made her brief reunion with Homer feel genuinely earned. The episode ends with Homer sitting on the hood of his car, watching the stars after Mona has had to flee again, and it is one of the few moments in the show's history where the comedy stops entirely and lets a feeling simply exist without comment. Fact 57. The episode that revealed Homer's mother was alive and had been in hiding used a structural device that the show rarely employs. The episode is told primarily through dialogue and memory rather than action and physical comedy. Mona explains her history, her radicalization, her act of sabotage against Burns's biological weapons laboratory, and her subsequent years as a fugitive. The show asks the audience to sit with a relatively lengthy exposition, trusting that the emotional content of what Mona is describing will hold attention without comic interruption. The trust was well placed. The episode works because it earns its seriousness through genuine character investment. Fact 58. Homer's father, Abraham Simpson, known as Grandpa or Abe, is one of the show's most reliably comic supporting characters. He lives in the Springfield Retirement Castle, which is a facility the show depicts as underfunded, understaffed, and generally grim. Abe's defining characteristic is his tendency to tell long, rambling stories that are rich in colorful historical detail and completely irrelevant to whatever situation prompted them. His stories typically reference events from the early 20th century, involve famous historical figures, and end without resolution. They are beloved by the audience and completely ignored by the other characters in the room, which is the entirety of the joke. Fact 59. Grandpa Simpson's history, as revealed across dozens of episodes, is both heroic and morally complicated. He served in World War II, which he references frequently and proudly. He was part of a fighting unit that also included Mr. Burns, a detail that the show has explored in episodes that examine the strange, uncomfortable bond between the generation of men who fought together in the same war and then went on to live completely different lives in the same small town. Grandpa's wartime stories often contain moments of genuine courage alongside moments of moral compromise that the show handles with surprising nuance. Fact 60. Marge is the child of a family with a lineage that has occasionally been explored in the show's more genealogically inclined episodes. It has been suggested, through a combination of canon and fan inference, that Marge and Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis share a surname connection, which is why Marge's mother is named Jacqueline. This is one of many small background jokes that the show has planted without ever foregrounding, the kind of detail that rewards viewers who pay close attention to the edges of the frame. Fact 61. Homer's driving is one of the show's most consistently dangerous recurring elements. He has caused an extraordinary number of accidents over the course of the series, crashed into nearly every type of structure that Springfield contains, and has at various points driven through walls, over cliffs, into the Springfield Gorge, and into the nuclear power plant itself. His driving is so dangerous that it would be genuinely alarming if it were not presented with the absolute commitment to comedy that the show maintains. The Springfield Gorge, which Homer first plummets into in the 5th season, became so associated with Homer's vehicular misadventures that the show revisited the location in later episodes specifically to play on the audience's memory of the original fall. Fact 62. The Springfield Gorge sequence from the episode Bart the Daredevil is widely cited as one of the funniest scenes in the show's entire run. The premise involves Homer attempting to jump the gorge on a skateboard to prevent Bart from doing the same dangerous stunt. Homer falls short, slides down the cliff, bounces off a ledge, falls again, bounces off another ledge, and then is airlifted to the hospital, only to fall out of the helicopter and slide down the cliff again. The scene escalates the injury in a way that crosses from painful to absurd to transcendent. It is a masterclass in comedic escalation, the art of taking a premise and running it past its logical conclusion into something genuinely delirious. Fact 63. Marge's sisters, Patty and Selma Bouvier, are two of the show's most effective comic supporting characters. They despise Homer with a consistency and sincerity that has remained unchanged across the entire run of the series. Their contempt for him is not hyperbolic or performative. It is bone-deep and genuine, and based on decades of evidence that Homer is, from their perspective, not worthy of their sister. The show has never asked the audience to find their contempt entirely unjustified. Homer is, by nearly any objective measure, a significantly worse partner than Marge deserves. Patty and Selma simply have the honesty to say it out loud, which is part of what makes them funny. Fact 64. Selma Bouvier has been married multiple times over the course of the series, each marriage providing the show with a storyline about Selma's persistent desire for love and companionship. Her husbands have included Sideshow Bob, briefly and disastrously, as well as a number of other characters with various levels of screen time. Her most notable marriage outside the Sideshow Bob episode is to the actor Troy McClure, played by Phil Hartman, in an episode that examines the cynical logic of Hollywood arranged marriages with genuine comic bite. Selma's marriages are sad and funny in equal measure, which is a tonal balance the show manages with remarkable consistency when it comes to her character. Fact 65. Phil Hartman, who voiced both Troy McClure and the lawyer Lionel Hutz, was murdered in 1998 by his wife, who then took her own life. His death was a profound loss for the show, which retired both characters permanently out of respect for Hartman and for his family. The characters were simply never voiced by anyone else and never appeared again in any meaningful capacity after Hartman's death. The show's decision to retire them rather than recast them has been widely praised as the right and decent choice. Troy McClure in particular was so specific to Hartman's performance, so utterly dependent on the particular comic quality of his voice and timing, that recasting would have been impossible. Fact 66. Homer has been shown to have a remarkable and inhuman tolerance for physical pain and physical injury throughout the series. He has been shot, stabbed, electrocuted, crushed, burned, drowned, and exposed to what would in any realistic medical framework be fatal doses of radiation, and he has recovered from all of these things within the span of a single episode. The show never offers a biological explanation for this resilience. It simply exists as a feature of Homer's character, as natural and unremarkable within the world of Springfield as the color of his shirt or the shape of his head. Fact 67. Marge's painting hobby, which was introduced in the second season episode Brush with Greatness, has reappeared in various forms throughout the series. The show has established that Marge has genuine artistic talent that was suppressed and redirected by the expectations placed on her during her upbringing and early adult life. Her artistic ability is consistently framed as the part of herself that she gave up in order to fulfill other roles, which gives her character a particular kind of buried sadness that the show acknowledges without dwelling on. Marge does not feel sorry for herself about her unrealized ambitions. She simply carries them quietly, which is in some ways sadder than if she complained. Fact 68. Homer's love for his children, even in its most imperfect and chaotic expressions, is one of the emotional pillars of the series. The show has produced numerous episodes that examine the specific quality of his love for each of his 3 children. His relationship with Bart is defined by a mirror image similarity that neither of them fully recognizes. His relationship with Lisa is the show's most consistently moving emotional throughline, a father who does not understand his brilliant daughter and loves her completely anyway. His relationship with Maggie is perhaps the most touching of all, built almost entirely out of small moments and gestures rather than dialogue, since Maggie communicates primarily through action and expression. Fact 69. The episode in which Homer records a lullaby for Maggie so she will be able to hear his voice even when he is not home is one of the show's most frequently referenced emotional high points. The episode, called And Maggie Makes 3, tells the story of Maggie's birth through a series of flashbacks. At the end, it is revealed that Homer had a motivational poster at work that read, "Don't forget, you're here forever." He has covered parts of the poster with photographs of Maggie so that it now reads, "Do it for her." It is a simple image and a simple revelation, and it has made viewers cry for 30 years. Fact 70. Marge and Homer's marriage has survived more challenges than most fictional relationships and certainly more than most real ones. The show has constructed elaborate scenarios in which their marriage appears to be on the verge of collapse, in which one or both of them has come close to choosing a different path, and in each case the show has brought them back to each other. Not because the show is naive about the difficulty of long marriages, but because the show understands that the decision to stay, made imperfectly and repeatedly over many years, is its own kind of love story. Homer and Marge are not together because they are perfect for each other. They are together because they choose to be, even when it would be easier to stop choosing. Section 3. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie Facts 71 through 105. Fact 71. Bart Simpson's full name is Bartholomew Jojo Simpson. The middle name Jojo is consistent with the show's tradition of giving characters middle names that are slightly absurd but internally logical. Bartholomew is a name with biblical origins, belonging to one of the 12 apostles, which creates a gentle irony when attached to a character whose primary mode of existence is irreverent chaos. Fact 72. Bart was voiced from the beginning by Nancy Cartwright, who auditioned for the role of Lisa and was redirected to Bart after the casting team heard how naturally the character's voice came to her. Cartwright was in her early 30s when the show debuted, which is one of the more striking facts about the production. The voice of a 10-year-old boy has been provided, continuously, by a woman who is now in her mid-60s. The consistency of that performance over 36 years is remarkable. Cartwright has said that she no longer thinks of Bart as a character she is performing. He has become a natural, automatic mode of expression that she can access without deliberate effort. Fact 73. Bart's catchphrases, particularly "Eat my shorts and don't have a cow, man" and "Ay caramba," were part of the character from his earliest appearances in the Tracy Ullman shorts. They were designed to give the character an instantly recognizable verbal signature, something that viewers could quote and identify with quickly. The phrase "don't have a cow" became so culturally ubiquitous in the early 1990s that it appeared on merchandise, in news articles, in political speeches, and in everyday conversation at a frequency that astonished even the people who had written it. It was one of the first catchphrases from a television show to penetrate popular culture in the way that internet memes now do, spreading through repetition and affection into contexts far removed from the show that originated it. Fact 74. Bart's signature prank calls to Moe's Tavern, in which he asks Moe to page fictional customers with names that are obscene or humiliating puns, were inspired by a series of real prank calls made to a bar in New Jersey that were recorded and distributed on a comedy album. The show's writers discovered these recordings and adapted the format for Bart's character. The fictional targets of Bart's calls, names like Amanda Hugginkiss and Seymour Butts and Hugh Jass, have become part of the show's most quoted material. The joke that Moe falls for the same prank repeatedly, episode after episode, year after year, is itself a comment on how patterns of behavior persist even when they are obviously self-defeating. Fact 75. Bart's relationship with his teacher, Mrs. Krabappel, evolved significantly over the course of the series from a simple antagonist dynamic into something considerably more nuanced. In later seasons, Krabappel is depicted as a deeply lonely woman whose apparent harshness toward her students masks a genuine frustration with her own life circumstances. Her eventual romantic relationship with Ned Flanders, which developed in later seasons and which the show treated with unexpected warmth, gave her character a kind of resolution that earlier episodes had not suggested was available to her. Fact 76. Marcia Wallace, who voiced Mrs. Krabappel for the entirety of the character's life on the show, died in October of 2013. Her death prompted the show to retire the character. In the episode following her death, a brief tribute message appeared on screen that read, "We'll miss you, Marcia." The retirement of Krabappel was handled with the same care and respect that the show had shown in retiring Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz after Phil Hartman's death. The show has a consistent ethic of not replacing voice actors who have died with new performers, treating the voice as inseparable from the character in a way that transcends casting convenience. Fact 77. Bart's best friend, Milhouse Van Houten, was named after Richard Nixon's middle name, which was Milhouse. This is one of the show's more obscure naming jokes, the kind of background reference that the writers included for their own amusement as much as for the audience. Milhouse as a character is defined by his absolute devotion to Bart and his complete inability to resist being drawn into situations that are obviously going to be terrible for him. His loyalty is genuine and his suffering is constant, which makes him one of the show's most genuinely sympathetic figures despite his primarily comedic function. Fact 78. The character of Nelson Muntz, who serves as both Bart's occasional antagonist and his friend, is one of the show's most quietly sad figures. Nelson is aggressive and sometimes cruel in the way that children who have been poorly treated often are. His family situation is chaotic and neglectful. His father has been depicted as absent in increasingly bizarre ways. His mother is intermittently present and wholly unreliable. Nelson's meanness is clearly a response to circumstances rather than an expression of essential character, and the episodes that explore his home life always have a particular kind of heaviness that the show handles with more delicacy than it is often given credit for. Fact 79. Lisa Simpson is one of the most fully realized child characters in the history of American television. She is 8 years old and has been 8 years old for 36 years. And yet, across those decades, the show has constructed a character of genuine depth and internal consistency. She is brilliant. She is lonely. She is passionately committed to causes that frequently alienate the people around her. She is searching for meaning and community in a world that is not well designed to accommodate someone with her level of sensitivity and intelligence. She is recognizable as a particular kind of person that many viewers have been themselves or have known, which is why she generates such strong identification even among adult audiences. Fact 80. Yeardley Smith, who has voiced Lisa since the beginning, is the only female member of the show's main cast who voices a character of her own gender. The show's female characters Marge, Patty, Selma, and others are also played by women. But among the core cast of 6, Smith is the only one whose character matches her own gender identity. She has spoken about the experience of aging alongside a character who does not age, describing it as both strange and oddly comforting, like carrying a younger self alongside the adult you have become. Fact 81. Lisa's vegetarianism, which she adopts in the 7th season episode Lisa the Vegetarian, is one of the few major character changes that the show has maintained permanently rather than resetting at the start of the next episode. This makes it one of the most significant moments of genuine character development in the show's history. The episode features a memorable guest appearance by Paul and Linda McCartney, who were involved in crafting the episode and who stipulated as a condition of their participation that Lisa's vegetarianism be treated as a permanent change. The show honored that condition, and Lisa has been a vegetarian in every episode since. Fact 82. The saxophone that Lisa plays was chosen as her instrument, partly because of its inherent expressiveness and partly because of its associations with soulfulness and marginality. The saxophone is an instrument that occupies an interesting cultural position. It is serious and it is cool. It is associated with jazz and with individual expression, but it is also not quite respectable in a classical sense. Lisa's relationship with the saxophone mirrors her relationship with Springfield itself. She is serious and passionate and talented in ways that the people around her do not quite value or understand, and she plays her instrument with a feeling that has nowhere else to go. Fact 83. Lisa's Buddhism, which she adopts in a later season, gives her character a philosophical framework that the show uses with genuine thoughtfulness. Her conversion is not played as a phase or a joke. It is presented as a genuine spiritual development that suits her temperament and her values. The show has acknowledged that Lisa's Buddhism creates occasional narrative tensions with the show's largely Christian backdrop, since Springfield is a town where church attendance is normal and where religious homogeneity is largely assumed. Lisa's difference from that default is part of what the show says about the experience of being a thoughtful individual in a community that has not quite made room for you. Fact 84. Lisa's intelligence has been quantified in a few episodes. Her IQ has been cited at various points, with the figure most commonly referenced in the show's canon placing her considerably above the genius threshold. But the show has always been more interested in what Lisa does with her intelligence than in the number that supposedly describes it. Intelligence in Springfield is not an asset that reliably leads to reward or recognition. Lisa is brilliant and she is frequently ignored. She is perceptive and she is regularly dismissed. Her gifts make her exceptional in ways that the community around her has never quite figured out how to accommodate. Fact 85. The episode Lisa's Substitute, which aired in the 2nd season, is consistently cited as one of the finest episodes in the show's history and one of the most emotionally honest portrayals of a gifted child's experience of being seen. In the episode, Lisa's regular teacher is replaced by a substitute played by Dustin Hoffman, who recognizes and validates her intelligence in a way that no adult in her life has quite managed. When the substitute leaves at the end of the episode, Lisa is devastated. Homer's response to her grief, which comes at the end of the episode after a long day of his own comedic misadventure, is one of the show's most quietly perfect scenes. He tells her simply that she is the most remarkable kid he has ever met, and that he is not saying that because she is his daughter. He is saying it because it is true. Fact 86. Maggie Simpson's few spoken lines throughout the show's history have always been handled as significant events. Her first word, Daddy, was voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in the episode Lisa's First Word in the 4th season. The episode is structured around the story of Bart's first word and builds to the revelation that the first word that went unobserved was Maggie's, heard by no one in the family except the viewer. It is a perfect piece of structure, using the mechanics of narrative perspective to make a wordless baby the emotional heart of the episode. Fact 87. The Academy Award-nominated short film, The Longest Daycare, released in 2012, features Maggie as its sole protagonist. The film has no dialogue at all. It tells its entire story through Maggie's actions and expressions and the reactions of the world around her. The fact that the film was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film is a testament to the show's ability to generate genuine artistic achievement from a premise that began as a background gag. Maggie's silence in the film is not a limitation. It is the film's primary expressive tool. Fact 88. Bart's performance in school, which is consistently poor, and which has been the subject of dozens of storylines, reveals something interesting when examined across the full run of the series. Bart is not unintelligent. The show is clear about this. He is unmotivated by formal education in ways that the institution of Springfield Elementary is not equipped to address. When Bart is engaged by something that interests him, he demonstrates quick thinking, creative problem-solving, and a genuine strategic intelligence. It is the system that fails him as much as he fails the system, which the show acknowledges with more nuance than its reputation for pure comedy sometimes suggests. Fact 89. The relationship between Bart and Lisa, which is often defined by antagonism and mutual teasing, has produced some of the show's most unexpectedly tender moments. The episode Bart Sells His Soul, from the 6th season, in which Bart trades away his soul as a practical joke and then begins to feel the absence of something important in himself, concludes with Lisa quietly having kept his soul for him, returning it without comment. It is a moment of pure sibling love expressed with total economy. The show never makes it sentimental. It simply shows you what the siblings mean to each other, underneath all the fighting. Fact 90. Maggie has been involved in more significant plot events, relative to her apparent helplessness, than any other member of the Simpson family. She has shot Mr. Burns. She has organized a daycare rebellion. She has saved Homer's life on multiple occasions. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities in crisis situations that would be remarkable in an adult. And she has done all of this while maintaining a complete surface performance of helpless infancy. The show has suggested, across dozens of small moments, that Maggie's silence is a strategy rather than a limitation. What she is strategizing toward remains one of the show's last, genuinely open questions. Fact 91. Bart's skateboard is as visually iconic as Lisa's saxophone or Homer's beer can. It is part of the show's visual grammar, appearing in the opening credits and in dozens of episodes as the instrument of Bart's mobility and independence. The skateboard communicates something specific about Bart's relationship with the world. He moves through Springfield on his own terms and at his own speed, which is sometimes too fast for the consequences to keep up. Fact 92. Lisa's relationship with her saxophone player idol, Bleeding Gums Murphy, who appears in several early episodes and then dies of illness in the 8th season, is one of the show's more sustained portrayals of musical mentorship and artistic grief. When Murphy dies, Lisa's mourning is real, and the show treats it as real. The episode that depicts her grief also contains one of the show's most structurally unusual moments, in which Lisa communicates with Murphy's spirit through music during a broadcast of a jazz concert. It is gentle and a little magical, and handled with exactly the right amount of restraint. Fact 93. Bart's relationship with his father contains multitudes that the show has explored over 36 seasons. Homer is frequently exasperated with Bart. He strangles his son reflexively when frustrated in the gag form that the show has used less frequently as the years have passed. He fails Bart repeatedly as a parent in ways that are measurable and real. And he loves his son with a completeness that the show has documented in moments of unexpected beauty. The episode in which Homer coaches Bart's Little League team and discovers that he is placing his own ego ahead of his son's actual happiness and then corrects himself is a small but perfect example of the kind of imperfect parental growth that the show manages better than most family dramas. Fact 94. Lisa's environmental activism is one of her defining character traits and has been so since the early seasons of the show. She has campaigned against pollution, deforestation, animal cruelty, and a range of other causes within the world of Springfield. The show treats her activism with genuine sympathy even when it also finds comic material in her earnestness. Lisa is almost always right about the things she is arguing for. She is right about the environment, right about social justice, right about scientific literacy. The fact that Springfield ignores her is the show's comment on what happens to people who are right too early. Fact 95. Maggie's relationship with Gerald, the baby with the giant eyebrow who appears as an apparent antagonist in several episodes, is one of the show's most lightly sketched recurring relationships. The two babies stare at each other with what the show frames as intense mutual suspicion or grudge, despite being too young to have any rational basis for the feeling. There is something funny and also a little moving about the idea of babies carrying emotional weight that their cognitive development cannot yet explain or articulate. Fact 96. Bart's slingshot is another of the show's classic visual symbols. It appears in the opening credits alongside the skateboard as an emblem of his mischievous relationship with the world. The slingshot is a weapon in the oldest sense, the weapon of a child who is outmatched by adults and institutions, and who levels the playing field through speed and audacity. Bart's arsenal of small disruptions, his pranks, his catchphrases, his slingshot all serve the same function. They are assertions of personhood and presence in a world that would prefer he sit down and be quiet. Fact 97. Lisa has competed in several academic and artistic competitions over the course of the series, and the show has handled those competitions with an unusual degree of honesty about what it means to be very talented in a small community. Lisa sometimes wins. She sometimes loses. The show has resisted the easy resolution of always letting her triumph, recognizing that part of what makes her character resonant is that her gifts are not always rewarded in proportion to their genuine quality. Fact 98. Bart's relationship with his grandfather is one of the show's most warm and underexplored relationships. Abe Simpson and Bart have a natural affinity that crosses the generational gap between them, both being people who are not quite taken seriously by the world around them, both having a tendency toward improvisation and chaos that their respective families find exhausting. Their moments together have a particular lightness that the show has not always fully developed, but which is present and real whenever the two characters share screen time. Fact 99. Maggie's pacifier is one of the most distinctive design elements of any animated character. The specific shade of orange and the particular shape of the pacifier are consistent across hundreds of episodes spanning decades of production, which represents a significant continuity achievement given the number of animators and studios involved. The pacifier also functions as an expressive tool. The way Maggie holds it, the sounds she makes through it, the way she removes it and replaces it, all communicate emotional states that would require words if Maggie were any other character. Fact 100. Lisa's love of animals has been expressed in dozens of episodes and is one of the traits that most clearly distinguishes her from the rest of the Simpson family. She has adopted, rescued, advocated for, and grieved over a remarkable variety of creatures. Her relationship with animals reflects the same qualities that define her relationships with people: a genuine empathy, a willingness to see feeling and complexity in beings that others dismiss, and a capacity for grief when those relationships end. Fact 101. Bart's musical talent, which is considerably less developed than Lisa's but not entirely absent, has been explored in a few episodes. In one memorable storyline, Bart becomes part of a boys' choir and discovers that he has a genuinely beautiful singing voice that is completely inconsistent with his self-image as a rebel and troublemaker. The episode uses this discovery to examine how identity, once fixed in a certain direction, can resist revision even when the revision would be an improvement. Bart's singing voice is beautiful, and he is not sure he knows what to do with that. Fact 102. Lisa's feminist consciousness is another of her defining characteristics, and one of the show's most consistently thoughtful ongoing themes. Lisa has pushed back against sexism in Springfield in dozens of episodes, with varying degrees of success. The show has always been honest that Springfield is not a world that rewards or even reliably notices her advocacy, but it has also been honest that Lisa keeps advocating anyway, because she cannot imagine doing otherwise. Fact 103. Maggie has appeared in the opening credits sequence of The Simpsons in a wider variety of situations and contexts than any other member of the family. The opening credits have been revised and updated many times over the years, and Maggie's brief moment in the credits, typically involving the checkout at a grocery store where she is scanned as a product and her price comes up on the register, has been adjusted and played with many times. The price changes, the context changes, but Maggie's moment is always there, and she always responds to being scanned with the same expression, which is the expression of someone who is taking in information. Fact 104. Bart's ongoing war with Principal Skinner is one of the show's most reliable comedic structures. Skinner is the institutional authority that Bart most consistently encounters and most consistently subverts. Their relationship has been evolving over 36 years in ways that both reflect the initial dynamic and complicate it. Skinner is not entirely unsympathetic. He is a man trapped by his own history and his own limitations, who has convinced himself that order and rules will eventually produce the outcomes he wants. Bart is a force that demonstrates, repeatedly, that this belief is not entirely accurate. Fact 105. The Simpson children, as a trio, represent 3 different responses to being raised in the specific environment of Springfield by the specific parents they have been given. Bart adapts through chaos and disruption, finding freedom in disorder. Lisa adapts through intelligence and advocacy, finding meaning in the attempt to improve what she sees. Maggie adapts through silence and observation, finding power in the information that invisibility provides. They are 3 children in the same house with the same parents, breathing the same air, and they have become 3 completely different kinds of people, which is, when you think about it, exactly how family works. Section 4. Springfield's supporting cast facts, 106 through 145. Fact 106. Montgomery Burns, the owner of the Springfield nuclear power plant, was designed from the beginning as a composite of several different archetypal figures of corporate villainy. He has elements of John D. Rockefeller in his robber baron approach to wealth accumulation. He has elements of William Randolph Hearst in his media and institutional power. He has elements of a dozen other historical figures who built enormous fortunes through methods that prioritized profit over human well-being. But Burns also has a quality that pure villainy cannot quite explain. He is occasionally, in certain lights, almost pitiable. The show has found moments of genuine vulnerability in him that make the character considerably more interesting than a straightforward antagonist would be. Fact 107. Harry Shearer voices Mr. Burns, a task that requires the production of a voice that is simultaneously ancient, imperious, frail, and threatening. Shearer has described the voice as requiring significant physical effort to sustain, since it involves maintaining a particular quality of aged thinness that does not come naturally to him. Shearer also voices Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, Smithers, Dr. Hibbert, Kent Brockman, and a considerable number of other recurring Springfield residents, making him arguably the most versatile performer in the main cast. Fact 108. Waylon Smithers, Burns's devoted assistant, has been the subject of one of the show's most long-running slow reveals. For many seasons, the show circled around the nature of Smithers's feelings toward Burns, making them visible through implication and subtext without stating them explicitly. The show eventually confirmed what attentive viewers had understood for decades, that Smithers is gay, and that his devotion to Burns contains a complicated emotional component that goes beyond professional loyalty. In later seasons, Smithers has been depicted pursuing his own romantic life separate from his relationship with Burns, which represents a genuine evolution in a character who spent many years defined entirely by his devotion to his employer. Fact 109. Chief Clancy Wiggum is the head of the Springfield Police Department and one of the show's most reliably funny secondary characters. His incompetence is absolute and professionally comprehensive. He is not merely bad at specific aspects of police work, he is bad at all of them with remarkable consistency. He misidentifies criminals. He loses evidence. He draws his weapon when it is obviously inappropriate to do so and fails to draw it when it is obviously necessary. He treats the fundamental responsibilities of his office as optional. And he does all of this with a cheerfulness and self-satisfaction that the show plays not as cynicism but as a complete absence of self-awareness. Fact 110. Sideshow Bob, whose full name is Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., is one of the show's greatest recurring antagonists. A former clown sidekick who committed a series of increasingly elaborate crimes, Bob has been sent to prison multiple times, escaped from prison multiple times, and devoted himself repeatedly to the goal of killing Bart Simpson, a goal he has never achieved. Bob is voiced by Kelsey Grammer with a mannered, theatrical quality that perfectly suits a character who was trained as a performer and who treats even his villainy as a kind of performance. The character's ongoing failure to kill Bart has become a running joke that the show has played with increasing self-awareness over the years. Fact 111. The episode Cape Fear from the 5th season is often cited as the finest Sideshow Bob episode and one of the finest episodes overall. In it, Bob is released from prison and immediately pursues Bart and the Simpson family to a houseboat on a river, where he finally has Bart at his mercy. He proceeds to demand that Bart sing the entire score of the Gilbert and Sullivan operetta HMS Pinafore before he will kill him, giving Bart enough time for a rescue to arrive. The joke is layered in ways that reward attention, Sideshow Bob's theatrical nature literally saves the life of the person he most wants to destroy. His performance instincts override his murderous intent. Fact 112. Moe Sislak, the bartender at Moe's Tavern, is one of the show's most unexpectedly complex supporting characters. On the surface, he is a joke. He is ugly, unsuccessful, socially isolated, prone to self-pity, occasionally criminal, and deeply unhappy. But across dozens of episodes, the show has constructed a genuine human being out of these materials. Moe's sadness is real. His loneliness is real. His occasional acts of genuine kindness toward Homer and the other regulars at his bar are real. He is a man who has not received what he hoped for from life, and who continues to open the bar every day and pour the drinks and answer the phone because it is what he does and there is no other plan. Fact 113. Moe's Tavern has been depicted in various episodes as having a surprisingly turbulent history. The building has burned down and been rebuilt, its ownership has been challenged, its liquor license has been revoked and restored. It has been converted into other businesses temporarily and then reconverted. Throughout all of this, Moe remains behind the bar, which is either a testament to his resilience or simply the show's reluctance to let one of its most reliable settings disappear permanently. Fact 114. Ned Flanders is consistently ranked by fans and critics among the most beloved characters in the show's history. His moral rectitude, his relentless cheerfulness, and his seemingly bottomless supply of forgiveness for Homer make him one of the show's most effective comic foils. But as the show has explored his backstory, particularly the revelation that his niceness is not innate but the result of childhood behavioral conditioning, Ned has become something considerably more interesting than a simple foil. He is a man performing an identity that was constructed for him by others, and his performance is so complete and so sustained that the question of who Ned Flanders actually is underneath the conditioning has become one of the show's more haunting open questions. Fact 115. Ned's first wife, Maude Flanders, was killed by a t-shirt cannon accident in the show's 11th season, an event prompted partly by the actress who voiced her, Maggie Roswell, leaving the show following a dispute over payment for remote recording sessions. The show wrote Maude out through her death and then explored Ned's grief in several subsequent episodes with a sincerity that surprised viewers who were accustomed to the show's more comedic register. Ned's mourning, his attempts to date again, his loneliness without Maude, all treated with an emotional weight that made Maude's absence feel real within the world of the show. Fact 116. Apu Nahasapi Mapedalon, the owner of the Quick E-Mart convenience store, was voiced for the show's entire run by Hank Azaria, a white actor performing an Indian accent. The ethical questions raised by this casting became the subject of a significant public conversation beginning around 2017 and intensifying over the following years. Azaria eventually stepped down from the role in 2020, and the character has since appeared with significantly reduced frequency. The discussion around Apu became one of the most substantive conversations in television history about the representation of South Asian characters and the persistent practice of non-South Asian actors voicing those characters. Fact 107. Principal Seymour Skinner, who is actually Armin Tamzarian, as revealed in the controversial 9th season episode, is one of the show's most architecturally interesting characters. The revelation of his false identity, regardless of how the show chose to handle it afterward, is a genuinely bold piece of storytelling. It asks the audience to reconsider everything they believed about a character they had known for 8 seasons. Whether the show handled the aftermath of that revelation well or poorly is a matter of fierce debate among fans, but the act of the revelation itself is significant. Fact 118. Groundskeeper Willie, the Scottish maintenance worker at Springfield Elementary, is one of the show's most physically imposing characters and one of its most reliable sources of pure absurdist comedy. Willie's defining characteristic is the paradox between his extreme toughness, both claimed and demonstrated, and the spectacular regularity with which catastrophe befalls him. He is run over, electrocuted, struck by lightning, attacked by animals, shot at, frozen, and buried an astonishing number of times, and he endures each incident with a stoic acceptance that suggests he has given up expecting life to treat him well. Fact 119. Dr. Nick Riviera, whose catchphrase is a cheerful greeting delivered in a thick accent, is the show's embodiment of medical incompetence. He is a doctor who clearly should not be practicing medicine, who operates through a combination of blithe optimism and complete ignorance of medical science, and who somehow maintains a license and a patient base. His character exists partly as a critique of a healthcare system in which cost and convenience sometimes matter more than quality. Homer chooses Dr. Nick because Dr. Nick is cheap. The show is honest that this logic, applied at scale, produces exactly the medical system that Dr. Nick represents. Fact 120. Kent Brockman, the local news anchor, is one of the show's most prescient characters. He is a television journalist whose primary qualifications are his hair and his voice, who reads whatever the teleprompter tells him to read with complete conviction, and who has demonstrated in several episodes that his allegiances are entirely flexible and can be redirected by whoever is currently in power. His famous speech about welcoming giant ant overlords, delivered when he believes that an ant colony is about to take over the world, is one of the show's most quoted pieces of media satire and has only become more resonant as the decades have passed. Fact 121. Otto Mann, the school bus driver, is one of the show's most cheerfully irresponsible characters. He is heavily implied to be perpetually impaired in various ways. He drives the school bus with a casualness about the physical safety of its young passengers that would be alarming in any realistic context. He is also genuinely kind in his own fashion, fond of the children he transports, and possessed of a particular laid-back worldview that the show treats as a reasonable, if limited, response to the difficulties of adult life. Fact 122. Reverend Lovejoy, the pastor of Springfield's First Church, has become increasingly disengaged from his vocation over the course of the series. The show has depicted him as a man who entered the ministry with genuine faith and has had that faith slowly eroded by years of dealing with Springfield's congregation, particularly Ned Flanders, whose daily calls about minor theological anxieties have ground Lovejoy down to a spiritual nub. He still performs the functions of a minister. He still delivers the sermons and officiates the ceremonies. He has simply stopped investing any particular emotional energy in whether any of it matters. Fact 123. Dr. Julius Hibbert, the Simpson family's primary physician, is the show's most competent medical professional and is immediately distinguishable from Dr. Nick by the fact that he actually appears to have medical training. Dr. Hibbert's defining comedic trait is his habit of laughing heartily at the most inappropriate moments. He laughs when delivering bad news. He laughs when describing catastrophic diagnoses. He laughs through genuine moments of medical crisis. The laugh is not cruel. It is simply a nervous physiological response that has become the character's most recognizable feature. Fact 124. Comic book guy, whose real name was eventually revealed to be Jeff Albertson, is one of the show's most beloved secondary characters, and also one of its most pointed pieces of self-satire. He represents a particular type of fan whose knowledge of genre media is encyclopedic, and whose willingness to be pleased by anything falls somewhere between minimal and non-existent. His catchphrase, which declares whatever he has just encountered to be the worst thing of its type he has ever seen, is the show's commentary on a mode of fan engagement that prioritizes complaint over appreciation. The writers have acknowledged that comic book guy sometimes represents how certain segments of the Simpsons fan base approaches the show itself. Fact 125. Professor Frink, the show's resident scientific genius, is a parody of both the absent-minded professor archetype and the specific vocal mannerisms of Jerry Lewis as interpreted through American nerd culture. Frink invents technologies in Springfield that would be world-changing if they were deployed sensibly, but they are invariably deployed in service of whatever specific problem an episode requires. His inventions have included teleportation devices, weather control systems, and various forms of artificial intelligence, all of which the show uses once and discards, which is perhaps the show's commentary on the relationship between scientific innovation and practical application. Fact 126. Snake Jailbird, the show's recurring criminal character, has been arrested and jailed an extraordinary number of times over the course of the series, and has escaped or been released an equally extraordinary number of times. He is a criminal who commits crimes, gets caught, and then recommits crimes with a persistence that suggests he either genuinely cannot stop or simply does not find incarceration particularly discouraging. His relationship with imprisonment is so casual that the show has used it as the basis for several episodes examining what the criminal justice system in Springfield is actually accomplishing. Fact 127. The character of Krusty the Clown, whose real name is Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yeruchim Krustofsky, is one of the show's most elaborately backstoried secondary characters. His history, which includes a broken relationship with his rabbi father, a career built on cynicism and self-loathing, a long list of vices, and a deep ambivalence about his own fame, has been explored in numerous episodes. Krusty's relationship with his television persona is one of the show's most incisive explorations of the gap between public identity and private reality. He hates being Krusty. He cannot stop being Krusty. He has become so thoroughly identified with the character that abandoning it would mean abandoning himself. Fact 128. Sideshow Mel, who replaced Sideshow Bob after Bob was arrested, is one of the show's most reliably funny background characters. He wears a bone in his hair and speaks in the theatrical, over-enunciated tones of a trained stage actor, which makes him seem completely misplaced in his role as a clown's assistant. The show has explored his backstory in a few episodes and has established that Mel has genuine theatrical ambitions and genuine theatrical talent that are being thoroughly wasted on Krusty's program. Fact 129. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, work at the Springfield Department of Motor Vehicles, which the show presents as one of the bleakest employment environments in the city. They process license renewals with the enthusiasm of people who have been told that enthusiasm is a waste of metabolic energy. Their professional demeanor, which combines extreme indifference to the public they serve with an almost artistic commitment to the appearance of bureaucratic authority, is one of the show's more sustained institutional satires. Fact 130. Hans Mullman, the tiny, elderly, nearly blind man who appears in the background of Springfield and exists primarily to suffer, stated in one episode that he was 31 years old. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s by any visual assessment. The discrepancy between his stated age and his appearance has never been explained within the show's canon. It has simply been stated once and allowed to sit there, a quiet mystery in the background of a show that contains many quiet mysteries. Fact 131. Barney Gumble, Homer's best friend from high school, is the show's most sustained portrait of alcoholism. Barney was once a brilliant student with genuine prospects. He has been drinking since the episode where Homer handed him his first beer at a high school party, which is presented as the proximate cause of Barney's long alcoholic decline. In later seasons, Barney achieves sobriety, and the show depicts what this means for his character with surprising depth, examining who Barney is when he is not drunk and what it costs him to maintain his sobriety in an environment as relentlessly enabling as Springfield. Fact 132. Fat Tony, the show's mobster, represents the show's long engagement with organized crime as a source of comedy. Fat Tony operates in Springfield with an openness about his criminal activities that suggests either enormous confidence in the local law enforcement's incompetence or simply a town that has quietly decided to accept him as part of its civic fabric. His relationship with Homer, which has been explored in several episodes, has the particular quality of mutual respect between two men who operate by very different codes but who recognize something genuine in each other. Fact 133. The show's resident religious extremist, Reverend Lovejoy's wife Helen, is one of its most quietly pointed characters. Helen is appalled by virtually everything, particularly anything involving sexuality or unconventional behavior, and she pursues her mission of communal moral policing with an energy that the show invites the viewer to find both funny and a little exhausting. Her character is a precise portrait of a certain kind of moral entrepreneurship, the need to find and publicize transgression in others as a substitute for engaging with one's own inner life. Fact 134. The retirement castle where Grandpa lives is one of the show's most consistently grim settings. It is depicted as underfunded, understaffed, and deeply indifferent to the emotional and psychological needs of its residents. The residents are stored there, rather than cared for, in a way that the show frames as both a satire of institutional eldercare and a genuine expression of the show's awareness that the way a society treats its oldest members reveals something important about its values. Fact 135. Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson, Homer's colleagues at the nuclear power plant, are two of the show's most durable secondary characters. Their friendship with Homer constitutes a significant portion of his social life, and they have been present at dozens of his most significant moments. The nature of Lenny and Carl's relationship with each other has been the subject of considerable fan interest, with the show repeatedly teasing various interpretations of their closeness, without ever definitively resolving the question in either direction. Fact 136. Troy McClure, voiced by Phil Hartman, appeared in numerous episodes of The Simpsons as a washed-up actor who attempted to rehabilitate his career through a series of increasingly desperate public appearances. His catchphrase, introducing himself by name and referencing films the audience has never heard of, became one of the most quoted formulas in the show's history. The fictional film titles attributed to McClure were written with extraordinary care and represented some of the show's most disciplined comedy writing. Fact 137. Lionel Hutz, also voiced by Phil Hartman, is the show's ambulance-chasing lawyer and one of its most effective institutional satires. Hutz is a lawyer who is incompetent in ways that would be criminal if they were not so comprehensively obvious to everyone around him. He loses cases he should win. He gives advice that is wrong on its face. He operates out of a shopping mall and promises results that he cannot come close to delivering. He is a warm portrait of an American phenomenon, the legal system's ability to produce practitioners who are technically lawyers in the technical sense, while being completely unable to provide competent legal services. Fact 138. Superintendent Chalmers, Skinner's boss and Springfield Elementary's chief administrative overseer, is one of the show's most perfectly calibrated secondary characters. His relationship with Skinner, which involves Chalmers arriving unannounced to inspect the school and Skinner constructing elaborate explanations for whatever disaster Chalmers encounters, has been explored in countless episodes and has produced some of the show's most precisely engineered comic sequences. The steamed ham scene, from the 7th season episode 22 Short Films About Springfield, is one of the most celebrated pieces of television comedy of the 1990s. Fact 139. Nelson Muntz's signature laugh, an abrupt and dismissive sound pointed at the misfortune of others, has become one of the show's most recognizable audio signatures. It appears at moments of disaster and embarrassment throughout the series, often directed at Homer. The laugh is funny in the way that pointing at misfortune is funny, which is to say it works as comedy while also containing something a little uncomfortable about the relationship between mockery and suffering. Fact 140. Milhouse's last name, Van Houten, is also the name of a Dutch chocolate company that has been producing cocoa since the 19th century. It is exactly the kind of obscure reference that the show's early writing staff enjoyed hiding in plain sight. Most viewers who hear the name Van Houten think of Milhouse. A few viewers somewhere thought of Dutch chocolate, and that possibility delighted the people who put the name there. Fact 141. The character of Sideshow Bob's brother Cecil, voiced by David Hyde Pierce, appeared in a memorable episode that parodied the dynamic between Pierce's character Niles on Frasier and Kelsey Grammer's character Frasier, both of whom were playing brothers on their respective shows. The episode is a precision-engineered piece of metatextual comedy that works both as a standalone Simpsons story and as an extended joke for viewers who understood the additional layer of the actor's real professional relationship. Fact 142. The show's Springfield has an extraordinary number of bars, taverns, and drinking establishments for a town its size, with Moe's Tavern being the most prominent. The preponderance of drinking establishments in Springfield is one of the show's recurring environmental jokes. The infrastructure of Springfield is calibrated to specific vices and pleasures in ways that make it clear this is not a place built with health and well-being as organizing principles. Fact 143. Dr. Nick's medical practice, which operates under circumstances that would not survive inspection by any actual medical licensing board, has been a recurring element of the show since the early seasons. The character was inspired partly by the physicians who provided prescription drugs to Elvis Presley, which gave him a specific historical resonance as a figure within American celebrity culture. Within the world of Springfield, Dr. Nick occupies the role of the medical option available to people who cannot afford or access better care, which gives his comic incompetence a slightly darker edge than it might otherwise carry. Fact 144. The Flanderses, as a family unit, represent the show's portrait of a certain kind of devout American household. Ned is the center, but his sons Rod and Todd have been present in the background of Springfield for the entire run of the series, growing up imperceptibly slowly alongside the Simpson children in the same eternal present tense. They are gentle, obedient, and slightly bewildered by the world outside their father's household, which the show has occasionally used to examine what it means to be raised in an environment of intense protective religiosity. Fact 145. The character of Bleeding Gums Murphy, the the jazz musician who serves as Lisa's musical mentor in the early seasons, was created as an homage to the tradition of the wise, talented, under-recognized jazz musician who mentors a younger artist. His name is an extended dental hygiene joke that the show decided was funny enough to commit to as the name of a character who would be treated with genuine emotional weight. The gap between the absurdity of the name and the seriousness with which the character is eventually handled is one of the show's most characteristic maneuvers. Section 5. Behind-the-scenes writers, voice actors, and production facts 146 through 185. Fact 146. The writers' room of The Simpsons has produced more comedy writers who went on to significant careers than almost any other single program in television history. The list of people who wrote for The Simpsons in its early seasons and then went on to create, run, or significantly contribute to other celebrated shows is extraordinary. Conan O'Brien wrote for the show before becoming a late-night host. Greg Daniels wrote for it before creating The Office. John Swartzwelder wrote a staggering number of its most beloved episodes before leaving the business entirely to write novels. The show functioned as a kind of graduate program in comedy writing, and the graduates went everywhere. Fact 147. John Swartzwelder is perhaps the most legendary writer in the show's history, despite being almost entirely unknown outside devoted fan circles. He wrote 59 episodes of The Simpsons, more than any other single writer. His episodes are identifiable by a particular quality of escalating absurdist logic, a willingness to take a premise to places that seem impossible and then find additional impossible places beyond those. He was famously reclusive even by the standards of writers, who are already a profession not known for public engagement. He wrote his scripts at a diner booth that he reportedly purchased and installed in his home after smoking was banned in California restaurants. Fact 148. George Meyer, another early Simpsons writer, has been described by colleagues as perhaps the funniest person who ever worked on the show. His contributions to individual episodes are difficult to trace precisely because comedy writing at The Simpsons is genuinely collaborative in ways that make individual attribution complex. But his presence in the writer's room during the show's peak years is credited by many of his colleagues as a crucial component of what made those seasons special. He has given very few interviews and maintained an almost monastic public profile despite his enormous influence on American comedy. Fact 149. Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, developed the character's voice through a process of experimentation that drew on several different influences before arriving at the sound that audiences now know. He has described his early experiments with the voice as including a Walter Matthau impression and other reference points that were gradually refined into something more original. The version of the voice that eventually settled as Homer's is both more distinctive and more flexible than many of the earlier experiments, capable of expressing a wider range of emotional states with a wider range of comic intensity. Fact 150. Nancy Cartwright, who voices Bart, has discussed the experience of voicing a child character as a particular kind of performance challenge. The voice of a 10-year-old boy is not a natural voice for an adult woman, and maintaining it across decades of recording sessions requires a specific physical approach. Cartwright has said that she thinks of Bart not in terms of gender but in terms of energy, accessing a particular quality of restless, physical, impulsive forward motion that she associates with the character rather than with any specific vocal quality. Fact 151. Yeardley Smith, who voices Lisa, has the most naturally suited voice in the main cast for her character. Smith's voice has a quality of earnest intelligence and barely suppressed emotion that suits Lisa's constant state of passionate engagement with the world around her. Smith has said that she does not find the role emotionally difficult in the way that some actors describe emotional character work, because Lisa's feelings are always so clearly available to her. The character is always feeling something intensely, and Smith's voice can access that intensity without significant effort. Fact 152. Hank Azaria, who voiced a remarkable range of characters including Moe, Chief Wiggum, Apu, Professor Frink, Comic Book Guy, and dozens of others, has described his approach to the show as something closer to character acting than to voice acting in the conventional sense. He has said that he thinks of each of the characters he voices as a complete person with a full backstory and psychological interior, approaching them the way a stage actor might approach multiple roles in repertory theater. The range of voices he produced over his years on the show is genuinely extraordinary. Fact 153. Julie Kavner, who voices Marge, is perhaps the most private of the main cast members. She has given fewer interviews than any of the others, and has maintained a low public profile throughout the show's entire run. She has been with the character since the first Tracy Ullman short in 1987, longer than any other cast member has been with their role. Her connection to Marge is total in a way that resists the kind of analytical separation between actor and character that public interviews typically require, which may explain why she gives so few of them. Fact 154. Harry Shearer's departure from the show in 2015 was one of the most dramatic personnel events in the series' history. He announced that he was leaving after failed contract negotiations, and for a brief period the show appeared to be facing the prospect of replacing the voices of Burns, Flanders, Skinner, Smithers, and a dozen other beloved characters. The crisis was resolved when Shearer returned after a period of negotiation, but the episode demonstrated how entirely specific his voices are to those characters and how significant the loss would have been. Fact 155. The read-through of a new Simpsons script, in which the full cast assembles to perform the script aloud for the first time, is one of the production rituals that writers and cast members have described most warmly in interviews. The read-through serves a practical function, revealing which jokes work and which need revision, but it also functions as a kind of theatrical event in its own right, a performance of the script by people who know these characters so completely that they can find things in the text that the writers themselves did not know were there. Fact 156. The Simpsons has an unusual production practice in which the episode scripts are revised extensively even after the initial recording sessions. Lines are added, lines are cut, jokes are reworked and replaced, and the cast is often called back for additional recording after the initial sessions. This iterative approach to refinement is part of what has given the show its reputation for density and precision. A line that lands perfectly in a final episode has often been through multiple rounds of revision, each round stripping away what did not work and sharpening what did. Fact 157. The writing staff of The Simpsons has always been larger than most television comedies employ. At its peak in the early to mid-1990s, the show had a team of 10 to 15 writers working simultaneously, which is a significant investment of writing talent for a half-hour animated comedy. The investment paid off in the density and quality of the material those seasons produced. Episodes from that period contain a volume of jokes per minute that has rarely been matched by any comedy series before or since. Fact 158. The show's production schedule means that there is always a significant gap between when an episode's script is finalized and when it airs. This gap, which typically runs between 6 and 9 months, creates an interesting relationship between the show's topical comedy and current events. Jokes written in response to something happening in the world when the script is drafted may read very differently by the time the episode airs. The show has developed strategies for managing this timing issue, including writing jokes that comment on perennial situations rather than specific events, and occasionally revising material in post-production to update references. Fact 159. The Simpsons employs a practice known as cold opening, in which each episode begins with a brief scene unrelated to the main story, before transitioning to the opening credits. These cold openings have ranged from throwaway jokes to self-contained mini-episodes with their own narrative arcs. The cold opening that depicted Homer working various alternative jobs before arriving at his position at the nuclear power plant in the episode And Maggie Makes 3 is one of the most elegant uses of the format in the show's history. Fact 160. The show has always had a complicated relationship with the network that airs it. Fox's relationship with The Simpsons has been defined by the paradox of being home to a show that has relentlessly mocked and satirized the network itself. Fox has appeared in the show as a thinly veiled corporate villain on multiple occasions. The network's news programming, its business practices, and its executives have all been targets of Simpsons satire. And Fox has largely allowed this to continue because The Simpsons has always been too valuable to the network to sacrifice over matters of institutional dignity. Fact 161. The episode where The Simpsons predicted that Disney would acquire Fox, which actually happened in 2019, was produced by a show that was itself a Fox property, satirizing its own parent company's potential acquisition by a competitor. This creates a peculiar self-referential quality to the prediction that is rarely noted in the many articles about the show's predictive accuracy. The Simpsons was not predicting something happening to a distant corporation. It was predicting something happening to itself. Fact 162. The animation style of The Simpsons has evolved significantly over the course of the show's run, though the changes are gradual enough that they are difficult to perceive in real time. The early seasons have a rougher, sketchier quality in which the characters are somewhat inconsistently proportioned and the backgrounds are relatively simple. As the production became more sophisticated, and as digital tools replaced many traditional animation processes, the visual language of the show became cleaner, more consistent, and in the view of some fans, less characterful. The rough edges of the early seasons feel, to those viewers, like the visual equivalent of the show's own rough and energetic youth. Fact 163. The transition from traditional cell animation to digital animation happened gradually during the show's run, beginning in the early 2000s and accelerating through the following decade. The change had significant implications for how background elements were designed and rendered, for how color was handled, and for the kinds of visual gags and camera movements that were practically achievable. Some of the most elaborate visual sequences in the show's recent history, the kind of complex camera movements and three-dimensional spatial effects that were difficult to achieve with traditional methods, have been made possible by digital production tools. Fact 164. The show has always employed a storyboard process in which each scene is planned in detail before the animation begins. The storyboards for a single episode can run to hundreds of individual drawings, each one depicting a specific moment in a specific scene. The storyboards are reviewed by the directors and producers, revised, and then sent to the animation studio as a guide for the actual production. The relationship between the storyboards and the final animation is close, but not exact. Animators often find small opportunities to add expressions or details that were not specified in the storyboards, and the best of these contributions make it into the final cut. Fact 165. The show's music, which is composed primarily by Alf Clausen, and more recently by other composers after Clausen's departure in 2017, is an underappreciated element of its consistent quality. The music of The Simpsons is sophisticated in ways that support the storytelling without calling attention to itself. It knows when to be funny, when to be sentimental, when to play straight during a comedic scene for maximum ironic effect, and when to let silence do the work. Clausen composed nearly 600 episodes worth of original music for the show, a body of work that dwarfs the output of most film composers across entire careers. Fact 166. The show has won more Emmy Awards for Outstanding Animated Program than any other series in the category's history. It has also won multiple Writers Guild Awards, Annie Awards, and Peabody Awards across its run. The Peabody Award, which is awarded for distinguished achievement in electronic media, represents perhaps the most serious institutional recognition the show has received, since it is a designation typically associated with journalistic and documentary programming rather than animated comedy. Fact 167. Matt Groening's other major animated creation, Futurama, was actually produced partly by many of the same people who worked on The Simpsons. The shows share not just a creator but a production infrastructure, a comedic philosophy, and several key creative personnel. Futurama premiered in 1999 and ran for several seasons before being canceled, revived, canceled again, and revived again, a pattern that has continued into the streaming era. Its relationship with The Simpsons is sometimes described as that between a sibling show and its more famous predecessor. Fact 168. The show has a tradition of producing clip shows, episodes that consist primarily of flashback sequences to earlier episodes, which were initially driven by practical budget considerations. When the production needed to save money, a clip show could be produced more cheaply than a full original episode. The show's writers approached this constraint as a creative challenge, wrapping the clip sequences in original framing narratives that were often themselves funny and self-aware about what a clip show is and why it exists. The show has made the format's limitations part of the joke. Fact 169. The Simpsons has experimented extensively with animation style in its Halloween specials, in certain couch gags, and in occasional sequences within regular episodes. The show has produced segments in the styles of various other animators and animation traditions, including Japanese anime, stop-motion animation, hand-drawn illustration, and various art historical styles. These experiments have been among the show's most purely creative moments, instances where the production allows itself to look completely different from its own established visual identity in service of a specific comedic or artistic effect. Fact 170. The voice cast of The Simpsons has consistently maintained that the recording sessions are among the most enjoyable experiences in their professional lives. This is not a sentiment expressed with the formulaic enthusiasm of contractual obligation. The specific qualities of the recording environment, the ability to perform alongside colleagues who have worked together for decades, the absence of physical performance demands that complicate film and stage acting, all combine to make the sessions something that the cast has described with genuine warmth in countless interviews. Fact 171. The show's production has a specific practice for handling the celebrity guest voices that appear in most episodes. The celebrity typically records their lines separately from the main cast, often in a single session that is comparatively brief. The main cast then records their scenes involving the guest, responding to audio playback of the guest's lines. The editors and directors then assemble the final audio, fitting the guest's performance into the scene in a way that makes it sound like the characters are genuinely present together. The technical sophistication required to make these assembled performances sound natural is considerable. Fact 172. Several episodes of The Simpsons have been directed by people with no previous experience in animation who came from live-action film or television backgrounds. The show has always been open to this kind of outside directorial perspective, recognizing that animation direction, while technically specific, shares fundamental storytelling principles with other forms of visual narrative. Directors from live-action backgrounds have sometimes brought visual approaches to The Simpsons that regular animation directors would not have considered, enriching the show's visual vocabulary in unexpected ways. Fact 173. The show's writing room has a tradition of competitive joke writing that involves writers submitting alternative lines for any given moment in a script, with the group then selecting the line they collectively find funniest. This process means that the version of a joke that makes it into a final episode has typically been selected from among several competing options, each of which was judged on its own merits by a group of very experienced comedy writers. The selection process is genuinely democratic and genuinely rigorous, which is part of why the best episodes of the show have a quality of comic precision that feels almost surgical. Fact 174. The show maintains what its writers have described as a Bible, a document containing information about the established facts of Springfield, the characters, and their histories that new writers are expected to learn. The existence of this document does not prevent continuity errors from occurring. Since the show has accumulated so much history that no document can capture all of it, and since the floating timeline means that some elements of established continuity are regularly revised anyway, but it does provide a foundation of shared understanding that allows the writer's room to function as a coherent creative unit rather than a collection of individuals working in isolation. Fact 175. The Simpsons has broadcast three-dimensional or CGI-enhanced sequences in several episodes, experiments with technology that were technically ambitious for their time and that have aged with varying degrees of grace. The show's use of CGI has generally worked best when it is employed for specific, limited purposes within otherwise traditionally animated episodes, rather than when it has attempted to convert the entire visual world of Springfield into 3 dimensions. The flat, two-dimensional world of Springfield is so thoroughly established as part of the show's identity that departing from it, even briefly, creates a perceptual disruption that can work as comedy but can also simply feel wrong. Fact 176. The show has produced several live-action sequences over the course of its run, most memorably in an episode called Bart Gets Famous, where a sequence involves a brief cutaway to a live-action version of Bart that is genuinely startling. These live-action intrusions are always brief and are always played for their strangeness, acknowledging the shock of suddenly seeing the Springfield world inhabited by real human bodies rather than the animated figures the audience has spent 36 years with. Fact 177. The production of The Simpsons movie created the opportunity to use a different aspect ratio and different visual scale than the television show employs. The film was produced in widescreen format, which allowed for compositions and background designs that the standard television frame could not accommodate. The visual scope of the film, which features aerial views of Springfield and wide environmental shots of landscapes, represents a genuine expansion of the show's visual vocabulary that could only be achieved in the theatrical format. Fact 178. The show has had a complicated relationship with product placement and advertising integration. The fictional brands in the world of Springfield, including Duff Beer, Krusty Burger, and the Quickie Mart, are detailed enough and well-established enough that they have sometimes been licensed as real products. But the show has always been cautious about integrating actual real-world brands into the show's narrative, since The Simpsons exists as a world governed by its own fictional commercial landscape. The few instances where real-world brands have appeared have typically been either for satirical purposes or as clearly demarcated product integrations that the show has treated with its characteristic ironic awareness. Fact 179. The theme of The Simpsons has been covered, remixed, and reimagined by an extraordinary range of musicians across decades of the show's cultural life. The Danny Elfman original has inspired jazz arrangements, classical reinterpretations, electronic remixes, and covers in dozens of different musical idioms. The theme's basic melodic structure is simple enough to be immediately recognizable in almost any musical context, which makes it an inviting subject for musical reimagining, and has helped it maintain its presence in the cultural consciousness long past the point when most television theme music fades from memory. Fact 180. The show's executive producers have changed over the course of its run, with different individuals taking primary creative authority at different periods. The showrunner structure of The Simpsons, in which a rotating set of executive producers take primary responsibility for each season's creative direction, has meant that the show has gone through distinct eras that fans can identify by their sensibility and approach. The early Al Jean and Mike Reiss era, the David Merkin era, the Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein era, and others are discussed by fans with the same specificity that music fans use to discuss different periods of a band's career. Fact 181. The international versions of The Simpsons have sometimes made creative choices in their local adaptations that go beyond simple translation. In some markets, the show has been dubbed with voice actors whose performances became so beloved that those audiences associate the characters with the dubbed voices as strongly as English-speaking audiences associate them with the original cast. The relationship between a character's original voice and its localized equivalent is a fascinating area of the show's global cultural impact that is rarely examined in detail. Fact 182. The show has a tradition of using fictional television shows within the world of Springfield as vehicles for satire and parody. The Itchy and Scratchy Show, a cartoon within a cartoon that Bart and Lisa watch, is the most developed of these, but Springfield's fictional television landscape also includes programs like Smartline, Eye on Springfield, Rock Bottom, and the programming on various fictional networks that the characters watch. These fictional shows allow The Simpsons to satirize television itself from the inside, using the conceit of Springfield's own media landscape as a mirror for the broader culture of American broadcasting. Fact 183. Itchy and Scratchy, the violent cartoon within a cartoon, was designed as a parody of Tom and Jerry and other classic cat and mouse cartoons in which the violence is extreme and the consequences are temporary. The show uses Itchy and Scratchy as a recurring vehicle for meta-commentary on animation violence, media censorship, children's programming standards, and the relationship between fictional violence and real-world behavior. Several full storylines have been built around the Itchy and Scratchy show, including one in which the addition of a new character, Poochie the dog, becomes a satire of network notes and the corporate impulse to interfere with creative work that is already successful. Fact 184. The Simpsons has survived the departure, over the years, of several significant creative contributors whose absence could have been expected to severely damage the show. The loss of Phil Hartman, the departure of several original writers, the eventual changing of the showrunner, all of these represented moments when the show might have fundamentally changed in character, that it has maintained sufficient continuity to still be recognizably itself across 36 seasons, and all of these transitions is itself a remarkable creative achievement, even if fans disagree about how consistent the quality has been throughout. Fact 185. The writers of The Simpsons have always maintained a particular relationship to failure within the show itself. Springfield is a world where institutions fail, where authority is incompetent, where the systems designed to protect people from harm are themselves harmful, and where the accumulation of these failures is played both for comedy and for something approaching documentary accuracy. The willingness to see failure clearly, to draw it carefully and honestly, is one of the things that distinguishes The Simpsons from shows that use institutional settings primarily as backdrops for personal drama. Section 6. The episode's classics, controversies, and banned content facts. 186 through 225. Fact 186. The episode considered by most critics and fans to be the greatest in the show's history is Marge vs. the Monorail, written by Conan O'Brien and aired in the 4th season. The episode parodies the Music Man through the story of a charismatic con man who sells the town of Springfield a defective monorail. It contains some of the most quotable lines in the show's history, a memorable guest appearance by Leonard Nimoy, and a musical number that has been praised by music critics as a remarkably effective piece of theatrical parody. O'Brien has said that he wrote the episode with unusual freedom, pushing further into absurdism than he might have in other circumstances, and the result is an episode that operates at a pitch of comedic delight that few television programs have ever reached. Fact 187. Homer at the Bat, the 8th episode of the 3rd season, is one of the show's most celebrated sports episodes and one of its most successful celebrity integration efforts. The episode involves Mr. Burns hiring 9 professional baseball players to play on the Springfield nuclear power plant softball team in an important game. The episode features genuine professional baseball players of the era, including Wade Boggs, Roger Clemens, Jose Canseco, Mike Scioscia, and others, each of whom is given a comedic subplot that plays on some aspect of their public image. The episode was a notable achievement in getting real-world celebrities to participate in self-deprecating comedy at a time when that kind of celebrity flexibility was less common than it has since become. Fact 188. The episode called Last Exit to Springfield, from the 4th season, is the episode most frequently cited by television critics as a masterwork of the form. It tells the story of Homer becoming the leader of the Nuclear Power Plant Workers Union and negotiating against Mr. Burns for dental coverage, a storyline that allows the show to examine labor relations, corporate power, and the mechanics of collective bargaining through a comic lens. The episode also contains a sequence parodying the Beatles' film A Hard Day's Night, and a number of visual gags so precisely constructed that television critics have analyzed them with the same seriousness brought to bear on film. Sequences. Fact 189. The episode Bart Gets an F, which was the Season 2 premiere, focused on Bart facing the possibility of being held back in school and represented a significant statement about the show's tonal intentions. It is an episode about genuine academic failure and the emotional consequences of that failure, and it ends with Bart crying after receiving a D- on a test, a score that passes him but also represents the absolute minimum of acceptable performance. The show treats Bart's relief with a real emotional weight. It is a scene about a child who has worked as hard as he could and barely made it, which is a feeling that many viewers recognized. Fact 190. The episode that is often considered the show's most controversial within the context of American social and political debate is Homer vs. Patty and Selma, though there are many candidates for that designation depending on how controversy is defined. The show has consistently engaged with politically charged material throughout its history, and individual episodes have generated controversy from different political directions at different points in the show's run. The show is a satire and has never pretended to be otherwise, but its long history means it has accumulated a substantial record of political positions that observers across the spectrum have, at various times, found objectionable. Fact 191. The episode Homer's Phobia, from the 8th season, dealt directly with Homer's homophobia and his relationship with a gay character played by John Waters. The episode was groundbreaking for its time in its willingness to address the subject directly and in its treatment of Homer's prejudice as a problem to be overcome rather than a fixed character trait to be celebrated. The episode won a GLAAD Award for its positive portrayal of a gay character and its honest examination of homophobia in an American family context. Fact 192. The episode Stark Raving Dad from the 3rd season features a guest voice from someone credited as John J. Smith, who was later revealed to be Michael Jackson. Jackson was a fan of the show and approached the producers about appearing. He voiced a large white man in a mental institution who believes he is Michael Jackson and who befriends Homer. The episode ends with the character performing a song for Lisa's birthday. The episode was pulled from circulation by Fox in 2019, following the release of a documentary that raised serious allegations about Jackson's conduct toward children. It has not been rebroadcast in most markets since. Fact 193. The Stark Raving Dad situation represents the most significant instance of an episode being withdrawn from circulation in the show's history. The producers announced the withdrawal in a statement that acknowledged the seriousness of the allegations and expressed their conviction that the withdrawal was the right thing to do. The episode is widely available through other means, and the withdrawal from broadcast is largely symbolic, but the statement it makes is clear. The show's relationship to its own history is not unconditional. Fact 194. The episode Selma's Choice from the fourth season contains one of the show's most memorably disturbing images in a non-Halloween context. Selma takes the children to Duff Gardens, a theme park sponsored by Duff Beer, and Lisa drinks some contaminated water from the ride and has a hallucinatory experience. The image of Lisa hallucinating in the Small World ride is strange and funny and slightly frightening in a way that demonstrates the show's range. It can generate genuine unease within a family comedy context, and it does so without sacrificing the comedy. Fact 195. The episode You Only Move Twice from the 8th season features one of the show's most beloved guest characters. Albert Brooks voices Hank Scorpio, a perfectly cheerful supervillain who hires Homer for a management position in his company without revealing that the company is a front for world domination. The episode is a sustained comic achievement in which the gap between Scorpio's casual monstrousness and his genuine warmth toward Homer produces comedy of extraordinary density. It ends with Scorpio having achieved his goal of taking over the eastern seaboard and Homer having failed at his job, but the emotional resolution is surprisingly warm. Fact 196. The episode Treehouse of Horror V from the 6th season contains a segment called The Shining, a parody of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, in which the Simpson family serves as caretakers for a remote mansion and Homer slowly loses his mind. The segment is considered one of the finest pieces of the Halloween special tradition, managing to be genuinely funny while also capturing something of the actual dread of the film it is parodying. The line the segment produces, in which Homer's version of "all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy," is adapted to reflect Homer's specific obsessions, is one of the most quoted in the show's entire Halloween catalog. Fact 197. The episode Lisa on Ice from the 6th season is considered a masterpiece of the show's ability to balance comedy and genuine sibling emotion. Lisa discovers a talent for playing goalie in hockey and is drafted onto a team that eventually plays against Bart's team. The competition escalates to a point where it threatens their relationship before the climax, in which both children choose their sibling over winning, becomes one of the show's most remembered emotional resolutions. The episode works because the competition between Lisa and Bart feels real, grounded in a genuine sibling dynamic that audiences recognize. Fact 198. The episode The Cartridge Family from the 9th season explored gun culture in America through a storyline in which Homer purchases a handgun after a riot. The episode drew criticism from the National Rifle Association at the time of its broadcast for what the organization described as an unfair characterization of gun owners. The show's response to this criticism was essentially non-existent. The episode was praised by critics for its willingness to engage directly with an American political flashpoint in a way that was funny without being irresponsible. Fact 199. The episode Bart the General, from the first season, is notable for being the first episode of the show that was not primarily centered on Homer. It focused on Bart's conflict with school bully Nelson Muntz and his recruitment of Grandpa Simpson to help him mount a defense. The episode demonstrated early in the show's history that it could tell effective stories from multiple characters' perspectives, not just Homer's, which expanded the range of storytelling available to the show going forward. Fact 200. The 200th episode of The Simpsons, called Trash of the Titans, aired on April 26, 1998, and was notable for featuring a guest appearance by V2.0, who play themselves being bribed by Homer. The episode also featured Homer winning the position of Springfield's sanitation commissioner through a campaign of wild promises he cannot keep, which leads to a catastrophic failure of the city's waste management infrastructure. The episode was celebrated as a milestone and is considered one of the stronger entries from a period when some felt the show had begun to decline from its earlier peak. Fact 201. The episode Radio Bart from the 3rd season, in which Bart drops a radio into a well and pretends to be a child trapped underground in order to attract attention, only to actually fall into the well himself, is a satire of media sensationalism and public grief that has become more resonant as the decades have passed. The image of a nation uniting in shallow sympathy for a fictional child only to turn away when the need is genuine is one of the show's more prescient pieces of social commentary. Fact 202. The episode Mr. Plow from the fourth season, in which Homer becomes a snowplow operator and then is challenged by a competitor played by Adam West, contains one of the show's most beloved advertising sequences. The Mr. Plow jingle, a brief, aggressively catchy piece of advertising music, has lodged itself in the memories of viewers who watched the episode decades ago with a tenacity that no advertising research department could have predicted or designed. Fact 203. The episode Deep Space Homer from the fifth season, in which Homer is sent into space, marks one of the clearest examples of the tonal shift that some fans point to as the beginning of the show's departure from its original grounding in relatable domestic reality. The premise of Homer in space is not realistic in any sense that the show's first seasons would have attempted. It is the kind of plot that required the show to abandon its commitment to a world where the events, however exaggerated, felt like they could have plausibly happened to a working-class family in a mid-sized American city. Whether this represents a decline or simply an evolution is a question that Simpsons fans have been debating for 30 years. Fact 204. The episode A Streetcar Named Marge from the fourth season, in which Marge performs in a musical theater production of A Streetcar Named Desire, generated controversy in New Orleans at the time of its broadcast because it depicted the city in an unflattering light through a brief moment in the episode. The show received complaints and eventually aired an apology card at the end of a subsequent broadcast. The incident is one of the few times the show has formally responded to complaints from a specific community with something approaching a retraction. Fact 205. The Treehouse of Horror 6 segment Homer Cubed from the seventh season features Homer being pulled into a three-dimensional world rendered in computer graphics, which at the time represented one of the most ambitious uses of computer animation in television history. The sequence, in which Homer exists in a fully three-dimensional space while Springfield's regular two-dimensional world surrounds the edges of the frame, is technically striking and thematically interesting as a meditation on the relationship between the animated world and the real world. It ends with Homer falling through the three-dimensional space into what appears to be an actual live-action Los Angeles. Fact 206. The episode Bart Sells His Soul, from the seventh season, is among the most philosophically rich the show has ever produced. The premise, in which Bart trades his soul to Milhouse as a joke and then begins to feel the absence of something important in himself, allows the show to explore what a soul actually is and what it means to have one. Lisa's explanation of the soul to Bart is one of the show's most careful pieces of theological writing, genuinely engaging with the concept rather than simply deploying it as a plot device. Fact 207. The episode Summer of 4 Feet 2 from the seventh season, in which Lisa attempts to reinvent herself as a cool, popular person during a beach vacation, is considered one of the finest Lisa episodes in the series and one of the show's most emotionally honest portrayals of adolescent social anxiety. The episode ends with Lisa discovering that her actual friends, the ones who matter, are the ones who know who she really is and choose her anyway. It is a resolution that is warm without being saccharine and that earns its optimism through genuinely honest depiction of the loneliness that precedes it. Fact 208. The episode King Size Homer, from the seventh season, in which Homer deliberately gains enough weight to qualify for disability status and work from home, is one of the show's most unambiguously funny episodes and also one of its more pointed critiques of the disability accommodation system. The episode ends with Homer saving the nuclear power plant from a meltdown through an act of physical courage that his extreme weight makes possible. It is a piece of escalating comic logic that arrives at its final image with perfect timing. Fact 209. The episode 22 Short Films About Springfield from the seventh season is one of the show's most formally innovative, presenting a series of brief, loosely connected vignettes about various Springfield residents rather than a single through narrative. The format allowed the show to develop its secondary characters in ways that the main narrative structure rarely permitted, and several of the segments in the episode became iconic in their own right. The steamed ham sequence, involving Principal Skinner and Superintendent Chalmers, has become one of the most referenced and remixed pieces of the show's history in the internet age. Fact 210. The episode Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1, which ended the sixth season of the show with the cliffhanger of Burns being shot, was promoted with a level of marketing and public engagement that had not previously been attempted for an animated series. Fox organized a sweepstakes in which viewers could enter guesses for who shot Burns. The promotion was widely covered in the media and generated enormous advance interest in the Season 7 premiere that would reveal the answer. It was a landmark moment in the history of television event marketing. Fact 211. The resolution of the Burns shooting in Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2 remains one of the most debated episode conclusions in the show's history. The reveal that Maggie shot Burns accidentally has never fully satisfied a significant portion of the fan base, who have continued to develop and argue for alternative theories for 3 decades. The fact that the debate continues this long after the episode aired is perhaps the truest measure of how well the mystery was constructed. A mystery that everyone accepted and forgot would not be a particularly good mystery. Fact 212. The episode Lisa the Vegetarian, from the 7th season, is significant not only for making Lisa's vegetarianism a permanent character trait, but also for the quality of its exploration of how difficult it is to hold a minority ethical position within a community that does not share it. Lisa's frustration with Springfield's indifference to her values is real, and the show validates that frustration without resolving it through easy conversion of the community to her point of view. She keeps her values and she keeps her place in a world that does not fully honor them, which is a more honest resolution than many shows would have managed. Fact 213. The episode Das Bus, from the 9th season, parodied Lord of the Flies by stranding a group of Springfield elementary students on an island after a school bus accident. The episode was one of the more literary parodies the show attempted in its later middle period, and demonstrates that the show's engagement with classic literature, which was a significant element of its early identity, did not entirely disappear as the show evolved. Fact 214. The episode Homer's Enemy, from the 8th season, introduced a character named Frank Grimes, who represents the show's most direct engagement with the absurdity of its own premise. Grimes is a normal, rational person who encounters Homer Simpson and cannot understand how a man of Homer's obvious incompetence has managed to live a life of such comparative comfort. The episode ends with Grimes dying, driven to a fatal breakdown by his inability to accept the world that Springfield represents. It is one of the darkest episodes in the show's history and one of the most self-aware. Fact 215. The Treehouse of Horror segment The Devil and Homer Simpson, from the 4th season's Halloween episode, features Homer trading his soul for a donut and being put on trial by the devil. The segment is a masterwork of the show's ability to find comedy in theological premises and features one of the show's greatest peripheral jokes, in which the jury of the damned includes Benedict Arnold, Lizzie Borden, Richard Nixon, John Wilkes Booth, and others, one of whom is still alive at the time of the episode's broadcast. Fact 216. The episode Bart's Dog Gets an F, from the 2nd season, tells the story of Santa's little helper being sent to obedience school after a series of destructive incidents and the threat that he will be given away if he does not pass his graduation test. The episode is a sincere and affecting story about the relationship between a boy and his dog, and its climax, in which Santa's little helper performs perfectly after Bart discovers the right way to communicate with him, is warm and genuinely earned. Fact 217. The episode Lisa's Wedding, from the 6th season, which depicts a future in which Lisa is 23 years old and engaged to be married to a British man, is the show's most sustained and detailed vision of what Springfield might look like if time were allowed to pass. The future Springfield depicted is both familiar and changed in ways that are funny and oddly poignant. The episode works because it uses the future setting to say true things about Lisa's character and about her relationship with her family that the present tense storylines rarely have room to explore. Fact 218. The episode Hank Scorpio, commonly referred to by that name, though its actual title is You Only Move Twice, has a particularly devoted fan following even among a show with many passionate fans. Albert Brooks's Hank Scorpio has been cited by multiple television critics as the greatest guest character in the show's history. The character works because he is genuinely likable. His villainy is casual rather than theatrical, and the episode never asks the viewer to stop enjoying his company despite being fully aware of his world domination plans. Fact 219. The episode Camp Krusty, from the 4th season, which depicts Bart and Lisa attending a summer camp that is a fraudulent exploitation of the Krusty brand, contains some of the most celebrated parody of totalitarian imagery in the show's history. The camp is run as an authoritarian regime, complete with forced labor and the suppression of dissent, before Bart leads a revolution that leads to Krusty himself coming to restore order. The episode is funny and dark and tonally precise in a way that reflects the show's best instincts. Fact 220. The episode Rosebud from the 5th season is a parody of Citizen Kane in which Mr. Burns seeks to recover his beloved childhood teddy bear. The episode uses the structure of Wells's film as a framework for examining Burns's history and the emotional origins of his ruthlessness. The reveal that Burns's bear ended up in the possession of Maggie is one of the episode's best structural jokes, and the conclusion, in which Burns chooses power over the bear, is both funny and a genuine statement about the character. Fact 221. The episode The Boy Who Knew Too Much from the 5th season, in which Bart witnesses an incident that becomes legally significant and must decide whether to come forward with the truth, is one of the show's finest explorations of conscience. The episode navigates the conflict between Bart's self-interest, which is served by silence, and his ethical obligation to the truth, with a genuine understanding of how difficult these choices are in practice. The resolution is earned rather than convenient. Fact 222. The episode Sweet Seymour Skinner's Bodice's Song, the 100th episode of the series, features Skinner being fired and replaced by Ned Flanders, which produces one of the show's most inspired odd couple pairings. Bart and Skinner temporarily set aside their antagonism when both realize that the world of Springfield is less interesting without their conflict. The episode acknowledges the show's own structural dependencies in a way that is self-aware without being self-congratulatory. Fact 223. The episode Grandpa vs. Sexual Inadequacy from the 6th season features a tonic invented by Grandpa that restores Homer and Marge's flagging romantic life, while also causing parents throughout Springfield to be so preoccupied with each other that their children are left unsupervised for extended periods. The subplot, in which the unsupervised children of Springfield develop increasingly elaborate conspiracy theories about their parents' behavior, is one of the show's funniest explorations of how children construct explanations for adult behavior they do not understand. Fact 224. The episode Homer Badman from the 6th season takes on media sensationalism through a storyline in which Homer is falsely accused of sexual harassment after a misunderstanding involving a candy shaped like a woman. The episode's depiction of how a media narrative, once started, becomes impossible to correct, and how an individual's reputation can be destroyed by forces beyond their control, was relevant when it aired, and has only become more so in the decades since. Fact 225. The episode Bart Gets Hit by a Car from the 2nd season features the show's first use of a courtroom setting and is one of the earliest episodes to feature Lionel Hutz. The episode is also notable for its brief depiction of the afterlife and its casual assurance that Springfield's residents and their moral failings are known at the highest cosmological levels. The devil, who appears in the episode, is already familiar with Homer's name and file, which is one of the show's most quietly dark pieces of character information. Section 7. Mr. Burns, Smithers, and the Power Plant Facts 226 through 255. Fact 226. Mr. Burns's first name, Charles, comes from Charles Foster Kane, the fictional newspaper magnate at the center of Citizen Kane, and his last name comes from a combination of sources that the show's creators have described somewhat inconsistently over the years. The character was partly inspired by several real-world figures of extreme wealth and power, including a Fox executive who was involved in the early development of the show, which gives Burns's villainy a particular ironic resonance given the relationship between the show and its network. Fact 227. Burns's age has been stated and implied in dozens of episodes, with figures that range considerably but consistently place him at well above 100 years old. The show's floating timeline means that his age shifts somewhat depending on when a given episode is set and what backstory it requires, but the general sense that Burns has been alive since the 19th century is maintained throughout. He has referenced personal memories from before the Spanish-American War, from the First World War, from Prohibition, from the Second World War, and from every decade of the 20th century, placing his birth somewhere in the 1880s or 1870s. Fact 228. The medical treatment that keeps Burns alive, revealed in the episode The Springfield Files, involves weekly sessions of intensive medical intervention that cause his body to emit a green glow. The show has never specified exactly what the treatment involves, which allows it to function in the show's logic as a symbol of extreme medical intervention rather than a specific medical procedure. The green glow is both the treatment's most visible side effect and the most direct visual confirmation that Burns's continued existence depends on technology rather than nature. Fact 229. Burns's diagnosis of every disease simultaneously, which the show's doctors describe as Three Stooges syndrome because all of his illnesses are blocking each other from killing him, is one of the show's most cited medical jokes and one of its most internally coherent pieces of dark absurdism. The logic of this diagnosis is sound within the premise it establishes. Burns is so comprehensively ill that he has accidentally achieved a form of biological equilibrium that protects him from death. It is the kind of joke that works on first viewing as a pure comedy beat and that rewards thinking about in ways that most comedy does not invite. Fact 230. Burns's relationship to power is defined by his complete inability to comprehend why anyone would choose values or connections over the kind of power that money represents. He is not cruel in the way that people are cruel who enjoy the experience of causing suffering. He is cruel in the way that people are cruel who have organized their entire psychology around acquisition and control, for whom other human beings are primarily instruments or obstacles. The show finds genuine pathos in this limitation. Burns is a man who has spent over a century accumulating everything and who has nothing. Fact 231. The episode Rosebud, which follows Burns's attempts to recover his childhood teddy bear, Bobo, is the clearest and most sympathetic exploration of what Burns lost in becoming the man he is. The bear represents the moment before his values were formed in their current shape, the child he was before the forces of his family's wealth and his own psychology converged to produce the man Springfield has known for over a century. His attachment to Bobo is real and genuine, and also helpless. He reaches for something he gave up long ago and discovers that even his enormous power cannot restore it. Fact 232. Burns's inability to remember Homer's name, despite Homer having worked for him for decades, is one of the show's most reliable comic premises and also one of its most pointed social observations. Burns is a man who employs hundreds of people and who relates to them purely as functions within his operations. Homer is Sector 7G. He is not a person with a name. The joke is that Burns will produce elaborate approximations of Homer's name, names that are clearly derived from some fractured memory of the correct name, without ever quite landing on Homer. It is a very specific kind of contempt. The contempt of a man who has never had to remember anyone's name because everyone always remembers his. Fact 233. Smithers's management of Burns's schedule and care represents one of the most extensive depictions of personal assistant work in television history. Smithers handles Burns's correspondence, his medical appointments, his travel arrangements, his personal relationships, his professional conflicts, and his physical safety. He functions as a combination of chief of staff, personal physician, social secretary, and bodyguard. The relationship between them is complex enough to have generated extensive fan analysis and several dedicated academic examinations of what their dynamic says about the relationship between loyalty and exploitation. Fact 234. The power plant's safety record, which includes 342 violations discovered in a single inspection, represents the show's most explicit statement about the gap between regulatory intention and regulatory reality. 342 violations in a single facility is a number that suggests not merely negligence, but a deliberate and comprehensive program of non-compliance maintained over a very long period. The show presents this as funny and also as a genuine indictment of what happens when a powerful enough owner decides that compliance is optional. Fact 235. Burns's political influence in Springfield is depicted as total and without meaningful opposition. He has bought elections, influenced judicial appointments, controlled media coverage, and shaped municipal policy to serve his interests across the entire run of the series. His political power functions as background logic in the world of Springfield, a constant that other characters work around rather than challenge. The few episodes in which Burns faces genuine political resistance invariably end with either the resistance collapsing or Burns finding a way to redirect the situation to his advantage. Fact 236. The German investors who briefly purchased the nuclear power plant and attempted to bring it up to code provide one of the show's most pointed satires of the relationship between efficiency and exploitation. The Germans are competent, rational, and genuinely interested in running the plant properly. They are immediately defeated by the economics of doing so honestly, discovering that the cost of compliance is catastrophic, precisely because the facility has been allowed to accumulate decades of deferred maintenance and unaddressed violations. Competence, in this context, is more financially devastating than incompetence, which is a satirical inversion that the show handles without comment. Fact 237. Smithers' coming-out storyline, which unfolded gradually across many seasons before being addressed directly, was handled by the show with an unusual degree of care for what was, at the time, an unusual level of candor about a gay character's sexuality in a mainstream animated comedy. The show's approach was to make Smithers' feelings visible to the audience for years before making them a subject of narrative discussion, creating a situation where viewers who were looking could see clearly what the show was depicting, while the show maintained a kind of plausible deniability in its surface narrative. Fact 238. Burns's family history, which the show has sketched in various episodes, reveals a lineage of extraordinary wealth stretching back several generations. His family has connections to the earliest periods of American industrial development, and his inheritance represents not merely money, but institutional power that has been accumulating for well over a century. The Burns family represents the show's portrait of a particular kind of American dynasty, one whose power has outlasted the conditions of its original creation and continues to shape the present long past the point when anyone can remember why it was originally given its authority. Fact 239. The episode Burns Baby Burns, from the 8th season, introduces a son of Burns named Larry, who is a cheerful, unsophisticated man bearing no resemblance to his father. The episode is primarily a comedy about the gap between expectations and reality, using the contrast between Burns's imperious manner and Larry's uncomplicated warmth to examine what privilege does and does not guarantee. The episode ends with Burns allowing Larry to leave, rather than insisting on a paternal relationship neither of them particularly wants, which is one of the more genuinely kind things Burns does in the show's entire run. Fact 240. The nuclear power plant as a physical space within Springfield is one of the show's most consistently detailed recurring locations. Its architecture has been depicted in dozens of episodes, including both its visible exterior, the cooling towers that dominate Springfield's skyline, and its interior spaces, the control room, the various sectors, the basement, the executive areas. The plant is a character in its own right within the show's geography, a space that defines the economic and physical landscape of Springfield, in the same way that a real industrial facility defines the community that grows up around it. Fact 241. Burns's military service during World War II, which is depicted in flashback episodes, reveals him to have been a young man who was already possessed of the qualities that would define his adult character. He entered the war with the assumption that it was a venue for personal advancement and exited it with a stolen trillion-dollar bill that he hid for decades. His service is distinguished not by courage or sacrifice, but by the efficient conversion of wartime circumstances into personal gain. It is a portrait of a particular relationship to patriotism that the show finds worth examining. Fact 242. Smithers' professional competence is one of the show's most interesting underexplored threads. He manages an enormously complex operation, the care and keeping of Mr. Burns, with a precision and reliability that the show acknowledges but rarely celebrates. He is the competent administrator without whom the entire system would collapse, a figure who is invisible precisely because his work is successful. His invisibility as a competent administrator within a show that primarily celebrates and satirizes incompetence is itself a kind of comment on how institutions reward visibility rather than function. Fact 243. The episode Marge Gets a Job, from the 4th season, depicts Burns developing a romantic infatuation with Marge after she begins working at the power plant. The episode uses Burns's infatuation partly for comedy and partly to establish a backstory element that has been referenced in later episodes, particularly in fan theories about why Burns might have chosen to protect Marge's identity when identifying the person who shot him. Whether the show intended this backstory element to carry this narrative weight, or whether it is a coincidence that the episode provides the necessary backstory, is one of the questions that makes the show's mythology rewarding to explore. Fact 244. The relationship between Burns and Grandpa Simpson, who served together in World War II, is one of the show's most fascinating peripheral connections. The two men have a shared history that neither of them discusses openly, including a deal struck between them that guaranteed Homer's employment regardless of his performance. The deal positions Grandpa as a more morally compromised figure than his main character role as a lovable old man might suggest. He traded his silence about Burns's wrongdoing for his son's job security, which is a transaction with real ethical dimensions that the show has not entirely avoided examining. Fact 245. Burns's enormous wealth has been given various specific figures across different episodes, figures that are not entirely consistent but that all place him in the category of a multi-billionaire. His exact net worth within the show's canon is less important than the function that his wealth performs, which is to make him essentially untouchable by any of the normal mechanisms of accountability. He has enough money to buy his way out of legal consequences, to fund private medical research, to employ private security, to influence every institution in Springfield, and to outlast any challenge that arises, simply by throwing resources at it until the challenge exhausts itself. Fact 246. The power plant's relationship to Springfield's water supply is addressed directly in several episodes, including early episodes involving Blinky, the three-eyed fish. The fish is pulled from a river near the plant, and its mutation is explicitly connected to radioactive runoff. The show then maintains, for narrative convenience, that this contamination has had no observable effect on Springfield's human population, a position that it simultaneously undermines through dozens of small details about Springfield's unusual biology and medical patterns. Fact 247. Burns's collection of art, antiques, and rare objects, which has been depicted in various episodes set within his mansion, represents another dimension of his accumulative character. He does not collect beautiful things because he finds them beautiful. He collects them because they are rare and because ownership of rare things is a form of power over the people who cannot own them. The show has depicted him owning objects of historical and cultural significance without appearing to take particular pleasure in them, which is perhaps the most honest portrait the show offers of what acquisitiveness at his level actually looks like. Fact 248. The episode Burns Verkaufen der Kraftwerk, the episode in which Burns sells the plant to German investors, is titled in German, which is one of the show's more ostentatious display of its own erudition. The German title, which translates roughly to Burns Sells the Power Plant, signals the episode's engagement with a particular tradition of European corporate culture and sets up the episode's central joke, which is that European-style competence and rational management are, within the specific context of Springfield's nuclear plant, more economically catastrophic than American-style negligence. Fact 249. Smithers's wardrobe, which is almost invariably his workplace uniform of a white shirt and dark jacket, is one of the more consistent visual elements in a show where character design continuity is generally maintained, but occasionally varies. His unchanging appearance is part of the character's essential quality. Smithers does not deviate from his role. He maintains his function. Even his appearance is a form of professional consistency. Fact 250. Burns's health has been the subject of several episodes that examine what it means to keep a person alive through medical intervention at the extreme of what medicine can achieve. The episodes that deal most directly with his health tend to be among the show's most thought-provoking, because they raise genuine questions about the relationship between wealth and longevity, about what it costs to maintain life beyond its natural span, and about what is left of a person when everything about their continued existence depends on technology rather than biology. Fact 251. The nuclear power plant's control room, where Homer works, is depicted as a space that is simultaneously state-of-the-art in some respects and catastrophically antiquated in others. This inconsistency reflects the real history of nuclear facilities, many of which combine modern safety systems with legacy infrastructure that dates from their original construction. The visual representation of the control room in The Simpsons, with its mix of sophisticated equipment and improvised repairs, is a more accurate portrait of real nuclear facility management than casual viewers might assume. Fact 252. Burns's treatment of his employees, which is almost uniformly exploitative and indifferent, has been the subject of numerous episodes that examine the power relationship between an employer of his wealth and the people who work for him. The show is clear-eyed about the fact that this relationship is not merely a function of Burns's personal character. It is a function of structural economic power that would produce similar dynamics regardless of who occupied Burns's position. His individual villainy is real, but it operates within a system that creates and rewards that villainy. Fact 253. The episode that depicts Burns as a young man, in flashbacks to his early life before the accumulation of his adult wealth and power, is one of the show's most interesting explorations of whether people are inevitably what their circumstances make them, or whether they have genuine agency in the formation of their character. Young Burns is depicted as having been warped by both his family's values and his own psychology in ways that feel inevitable in retrospect. The show does not fully commit to either environmental determinism or individual moral responsibility in its depiction of how Burns became Burns, which is part of what makes the character worth watching. Fact 254. The sector where Homer works, Sector 7G, is one of the most specific and consistent details in the show's depiction of the power plant's internal geography. The name has become so associated with Homer's workplace that it functions almost as shorthand for the entire premise of his professional life: the nuclear safety inspector who provides no safety in the sector where his incompetence has the most direct potential consequences. Fact 255. The luminous rats that the show mentioned in its early cataloging of the power plant's safety violations are perhaps the most disturbing detail in the entire inventory of the plant's problems. The image of glowing rats moving through the facility's infrastructure, illuminated by the radiation they have absorbed, is the show's most direct visual statement about the scale of the contamination within the facility itself. They have appeared as background gags in a few episodes, moving through walls and pipes in the way that pests do within any large building, carrying their glow quietly through the darkness. Section 8. Guest stars, celebrity appearances, and cultural impact facts. 256 through 285. Fact 256. The guest star tradition of The Simpsons began in the show's very first season and has continued without interruption across all subsequent seasons. The first celebrity guest to make a significant appearance was Penny Marshall in the third episode of the first season, in a brief role. The guest star format was established early as a way of bringing outside energy and cultural reference into the world of Springfield, and it has been used to such an extent over the years that the show's guest star list reads like a survey of American celebrity culture across 4 decades. Fact 257. Elizabeth Taylor's appearance to voice Maggie's first word in the episode Lisa's First Word is one of the most memorable uses of the guest star format in the show's history, not because Taylor had significant screen time, but because the casting decision itself was the joke. Getting one of the most famous actresses in the world to voice a single word spoken by a baby who has been silent for her entire existence on the show was a comedy decision of extraordinary confidence. The episode builds to this moment with genuine feeling, which makes the casting of Taylor feel like both a joke and an entirely appropriate tribute. Fact 258. Dustin Hoffman voiced the substitute teacher, Mr. Bergstrom, in the episode Lisa's Substitute, choosing to be credited under a pseudonym rather than his own name. His performance is widely considered one of the finest guest performances in the show's history, bringing a genuine warmth and specificity to the character that elevated the entire episode. Hoffman has spoken about his affection for the show and his engagement with the material of that particular episode in a way that went considerably beyond typical celebrity guest commitment. Fact 259. Albert Brooks has appeared on The Simpsons multiple times, most memorably as Hank Scorpio in You Only Move Twice, a role that has generated perhaps the most sustained fan enthusiasm of any single guest performance in the show's history. Brooks's approach to the character was collaborative, reportedly improvising considerably within and around the written script to produce lines and moments that were not in the original text. The rapport between his improvised elements and the show's existing voice cast is part of what gives his performance such an unusually relaxed and natural quality. Fact 260. Michael Jackson's involvement in the episode Stark Raving Dad was notable not only for being a major celebrity appearance, but for the unusual conditions under which it took place. Jackson agreed to provide the voice, but chose to be credited under a pseudonym. The character he voiced was not Michael Jackson, but a man who believed he was Michael Jackson, creating a layer of fictional distance between the celebrity and his appearance. The character's interaction with Bart and his eventual performance of the song Happy Birthday, Lisa gave the episode a warmth that made the eventual controversy around its withdrawal particularly difficult for fans who had fond memories of it. Fact 261. Paul and Linda McCartney's appearance in the episode Lisa the Vegetarian was accompanied by the condition that Lisa's vegetarianism be made a permanent character change. This was an unusual level of creative influence for a guest star to exercise, and it was honored by the show's production team in a way that changed the character fundamentally and permanently. The McCartney condition is one of the most consequential pieces of leverage ever exercised by a Simpsons guest star, and its effects are visible in every episode of the show that has been produced since. Fact 262. Kelsey Grammer's recurring role as Sideshow Bob has given him a connection to The Simpsons that spans almost as long as his celebrated tenure on Cheers and Frasier combined. He has appeared in enough Sideshow Bob episodes that his voice is entirely natural within the world of Springfield, no longer feeling like a guest intrusion but like a permanent addition to the show's cast. His vocal performance as Bob has evolved subtly over the decades, the character becoming a little more self-aware about his own theatrical nature as the show has leaned more explicitly into the meta-comedy of his continued failures. Fact 263. The Simpsons episode featuring U2 was the result of the band's genuine enthusiasm for the show. Bono and his bandmates were fans before they were guests, which gave their appearance a quality of genuine pleasure rather than contractual performance. Their willingness to portray themselves as participants in Homer's corruption scheme gave the episode a comic energy that depended on the band's ability to play against their own public image, something they accomplished with impressive ease. Fact 264. Johnny Cash voiced the spirit of a coyote that appears to Homer during a hallucinatory sequence in the episode El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer. The casting was a perfect alignment of performer and character, since Cash's voice carries a quality of dry, quiet wisdom and slightly amused seriousness that suited the mystical nature of the sequence. Cash was not asked to perform comedy. He was asked to be wise and a little strange, which suited his natural vocal presence. Fact 265. The cultural impact of The Simpsons on the English language has been formally studied and documented. The show has contributed numerous phrases, words, and expressions to everyday speech in the English-speaking world, including expressions that are now used by people who have no idea they originated in a cartoon. The word meh, meaning a sound of indifference, was popularized largely by its use in The Simpsons before becoming a standard part of internet communication and eventually entering formal dictionaries. Fact 266. The Simpsons was one of the first major television shows to recognize and respond to the existence of online fan communities. The show's production team became aware in the mid-1990s that devoted fans were analyzing episodes in extraordinary detail on online forums, and this awareness influenced how the show thought about the information it was embedding in episodes. The knowledge that someone out there was going to analyze every frame and every background detail created an incentive to make those frames and background details worth analyzing. Fact 267. The Simpsons has been referenced in more other television shows, films, songs, books, and works of art than any other animated program in history. It has become part of the cultural vocabulary in a way that makes it almost impossible to discuss American popular culture of the last 35 years without encountering its influence. References to The Simpsons appear in congressional records, in academic papers, in product marketing, in political speeches, and in the everyday conversation of people who may not have watched the show in years. Fact 268. The show has a particularly deep relationship with the world of music. Beyond the guest appearances by musicians as themselves, the show has produced musical episodes, original songs, extended parodies of specific songs and musical genres, and episode-length explorations of musical subjects. The show's musical sensibility has always been sophisticated, reflecting the genuine musical knowledge and affection of the writing staff, which has consistently included people with deep interest in a wide range of musical traditions. Fact 269. The episode Homer's Barbershop Quartet, from the 5th season, tells the story of Homer's brief success as a member of a barbershop quartet called the B-Sharps, who become a cultural phenomenon, recording a Grammy-winning album and eventually breaking up over creative differences. The episode is a sustained parody of Beatles mythology, told through the specific lens of barbershop quartet culture, and it manages to be both a sharp parody and a genuine piece of fan appreciation for the story it is retelling. Fact 270. The show has been cited as an influence by an extraordinary range of creative figures across multiple fields. Filmmakers, novelists, musicians, comedians, and visual artists have all described The Simpsons as a formative influence on their work and their understanding of how comedy, satire, and narrative can operate simultaneously within the same work. The show's influence on what American comedy became in the 1990s and 2000s is so pervasive that it is difficult to describe any comedy work from that period without eventually encountering something that traces back to what The Simpsons established. Fact 271. The Simpsons has inspired official academic courses at universities, including Harvard, where the show has been taught as a text in courses on ethics, social theory, and American culture. The range of analytical frameworks that have been applied to the show, from feminist theory to Marxist economics to theological analysis to media studies, reflects the genuine richness of the material and the show's capacity to sustain serious intellectual engagement across multiple disciplines. Fact 272. The show's relationship to political satire has evolved over its run in ways that reflect the changing political landscape of the United States. The early seasons engaged with the specific politics of the early 1990s, including the end of the Reagan era, the beginning of the Clinton presidency, and the particular anxieties of the post-Cold War period. As the political landscape has shifted, the show has adjusted its satirical targets while maintaining its commitment to a fundamentally skeptical view of power and institutional authority. Fact 273. The episode in which President George H.W. Bush appeared as a neighbor to the Simpson family, in a storyline built around a genuine feud between the real president and the fictional family, is one of the more remarkable instances of a real political figure engaging directly with a piece of comedy at their own expense. Bush had criticized the show in a real speech, suggesting that American families should be more like the Waltons than the Simpsons. The show's response was to put him next door and make him a character in the drama. Fact 274. The show's depiction of Krusty the Clown as a deeply unhappy performer who has built an identity on entertainment while having no personal happiness is one of the most sustained meditations on the relationship between public, performance, and private experience in any television comedy. Krusty's cynicism about his own work, his self-destructive behavior, his complicated relationships, all operate as a portrait of what it looks like to make millions of people happy for decades while remaining personally miserable throughout. Fact 275. The Simpsons has a complex relationship with its own merchandise, which has been produced in extraordinary quantities across every conceivable category of consumer product. The show's characters appear on clothing, toys, home goods, food products, video games, theme park attractions, and dozens of other categories. The scale of the merchandise program is a measure of the show's cultural penetration that is entirely separate from its critical or artistic reputation. You can understand something about The Simpsons' place in the culture simply by walking through a large department store and counting the surfaces on which Homer's face appears. Fact 276. The Simpsons theme park area at Universal Studios Florida, called Springfield, represents one of the most elaborate physical translations of a television show's setting into a real-world space. The area recreates elements of Springfield's geography, including the Quick E-Mart, Moe's Tavern, and the Krusty Burger, allowing visitors to physically move through spaces that have previously only existed as animated backgrounds. The experience of eating a Krusty Burger in a building designed to look like the animated version of the restaurant is a particularly 21st century kind of cultural encounter. Fact 277. The show's relationship with the internet began before social media existed and has evolved as the internet itself has evolved. The show has depicted online culture, internet culture, and digital technology in dozens of episodes, sometimes with remarkable prescience and sometimes with a satirical exaggeration that has occasionally been overtaken by reality. The show's depiction of a social media platform-like environment in certain later episodes drew on observations about early internet culture that the writers had made from the outside and that have since become quotidian features of everyday life. Fact 278. The show's influence on animation as a format for adult content cannot be overstated. Before The Simpsons, the idea of a primetime animated show that engaged seriously with adult themes was essentially theoretical. After The Simpsons, it became a viable and eventually crowded creative category. Shows like King of the Hill, Futurama, Family Guy, South Park, Bob's Burgers, and dozens of others exist in a creative landscape that The Simpsons defined. The degree to which each of those shows resembles or departs from The Simpsons template is a useful lens for examining what each is trying to do differently. Fact 279. The Simpsons has been used as a case study in business schools to examine various aspects of media economics, including the economics of long-running intellectual properties, the relationship between quality and longevity, the management of creative talent at scale, and the business logic of the syndication model. The show's financial history, including its early production costs, its enormous syndication revenues, and the economic negotiations between its creative talent and its network, is genuinely instructive about how the entertainment industry works at its most successful. Fact 280. The show has never been shy about depicting the absurdity of celebrity culture, using its enormous roster of celebrity guest appearances to simultaneously celebrate and satirize the phenomenon of fame. Some of the show's most effective celebrity satire has involved celebrities playing versions of themselves that are very slightly meaner or more foolish than their public images suggest, producing comedy through the small gap between a carefully maintained public persona and a more complicated private reality. Fact 281. The episode in which Stephen Hawking voices a version of himself, appearing in Springfield and striking up an unlikely friendship with Lisa, is one of the show's most touching uses of the guest star format. Hawking embraced the episode's comedy, including a version of himself that was physically capable of things his real condition made impossible. His willingness to participate fully in the comedy of the episode, including physical gags involving his wheelchair, reflected a sense of humor about his own public image that the show handled with genuine affection. Fact 282. The show's contribution to the political careers of several of its writers is an under-examined aspect of its cultural impact. Several writers who spent formative years in The Simpsons writers' room went on to careers in other areas of public life, carrying with them the analytical sensibility about American culture and institutions that the show cultivated. The show functioned not just as a training ground for comedy writers, but as a kind of political education, in the broad sense of that term. Fact 283. The Simpsons has been studied by linguists for its contribution to English vocabulary and its influence on how language changes and spreads in the media age. The show has demonstrated that a sufficiently popular television program can introduce vocabulary items that spread from a fictional context into everyday use faster than almost any other mechanism of language change available in modern culture. Fact 284. The show has maintained a remarkable relationship with its own critical history, periodically engaging directly with the question of its own decline, its relationship to its earlier seasons, and the discourse around when it was best. These meta-engagements, which sometimes appear in the show's own dialogue, and sometimes in the public statements of its creators and writers, create an unusual situation in which the show is simultaneously defending its present quality and acknowledging the mythology of its past quality. The Simpsons is one of the few shows whose past is so celebrated that it exists in perpetual dialogue with itself. Fact 285. The cultural phenomenon of The Simpsons, taken as a whole, represents something that has no precise precedent in television history. A show that began as an experiment, that became a phenomenon, that defined a generation, that outlasted every prediction about how long it could last, that continues to be produced and watched and analyzed and argued about by people who were born after its most celebrated seasons aired. The Simpsons is not just a television show anymore. It is a shared reference point for an enormous portion of the English-speaking world. A common language for talking about family, society, power, and the experience of being alive in a country that is simultaneously capable of extraordinary things and perennial absurdity. Section 9. The predictions, coincidences, and real-world echoes. Facts 286 through 315. Fact 286. The Simpsons episode that depicted Donald Trump descending an escalator to announce a presidential campaign, which aired in the year 2000, showed this image 16 years before Trump descended an escalator at Trump Tower in New York City to announce his candidacy for the presidency in 2015. The similarity between the fictional image and the real one is close enough that the comparison photographs circulated widely on the internet after Trump's announcement. The show's writers have been careful to explain that they did not predict Trump's presidency so much as observe that Trump had been publicly flirting with the idea of running since the late 1980s, and followed that. observation to its logical, comedic conclusion. Fact 287. The Simpsons depicted a device resembling a smartwatch in the episode Homer vs. Patty and Selma, which aired in 1995. The device in the episode is not exactly a modern smartwatch. It is a fictional technology that resembles the idea of a wrist-mounted communication device more than any specific modern product. But the general concept, miniaturized computing and communication on the wrist, was captured in the show's depiction at a point when such devices were years away from becoming commercially available. Fact 288. The episode Margin Chains from 1993 depicted a flu virus originating in Asia that spread to Springfield and caused panic buying and social disruption. The episode aired approximately 27 years before the COVID-19 pandemic. The parallels between the episode's fictional outbreak and the real-world pandemic include the geographic origin of the disease, the panic buying behavior it triggers, and the general social disruption it causes. The episode also includes a swarm of killer bees escaping during the outbreak, which many people noted paralleled the appearance of Asian giant hornets in the United States during the early months of the actual pandemic in 2020. Fact 289. The episode Homerpalooza from 1996 included a joke about the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence. This exact collaboration actually happened in 2024, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. The gap between the joke and its real-world equivalent is 28 years, which represents one of the longest lead times between a Simpsons joke and the event it appears to predict. Fact 290. The Simpsons depicted the Disney acquisition of Fox in the episode When You Dish Upon a Star from 1998. The actual acquisition happened in 2019. The episode's treatment of this scenario was satirical, depicting a massive media company swallowing a smaller one as an obvious and somewhat absurd consequence of media consolidation trends that were already visible in 1998. The fact that the scenario became real 2 decades later is as much a comment on the accelerating pace of media consolidation as it is on the show's predictive accuracy. Fact 291. The Nobel Prize has been won by real-world economists whose work appeared to confirm theories or principles that The Simpsons satirized or depicted in episodes years before the prize was awarded. This is not a coincidence so much as evidence that the show's writing staff included people with genuine expertise in economics and related fields, who were engaging with ideas that were simultaneously being developed in academic contexts. The comedy and the scholarship were drawing from the same intellectual wells. Fact 292. The Simpsons depicted video calling technology, of the kind that Skype and FaceTime later made mainstream, in several episodes during the 1990s. The specific forms of the technology depicted were not always accurate to what video calling eventually became, but the general concept, people communicating face-to-face through screens, was depicted naturalistically in Springfield years before it became a feature of everyday life. For contemporary viewers, these sequences read as unremarkable. For audiences at the time, they were depicting something that felt genuinely futuristic. Fact 293. The show's depiction of the Siegfried and Roy tiger attack, in which a white tiger attacks one of the German-American magicians who worked with tigers as part of their act, preceded the actual attack on Roy Horn in 2003 by several years. The episode depicted the attack in a way that was meant as comedy about the general danger of working with large predatory animals, not as a specific prediction about Siegfried and Roy. But the specificity of the details, the white tiger, the performer, the context of a live show, made the comparison unavoidable when the real attack occurred. Fact 294. The mathematical equation that appeared in the background of a chalkboard in the episode The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace from 1998 appears to anticipate the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which was experimentally confirmed in 2012. This particular claim has been examined by physicists who have offered varying assessments of how close the equation's prediction actually is to the confirmed value. The claim is most aggressively stated as precise and extraordinary by popular media and most carefully hedged by actual physicists, which is a pattern that recurs with many of the show's most dramatic apparent predictions. Fact 295. The show's apparent prediction of self-driving cars, automatic parking technology, and other automotive innovations appears in several episodes across its long run. These depictions are less predictions than extrapolations. The directions that automotive technology was expected to take were visible in industry publications and research papers at the time the relevant episodes were written. The show's writers read widely and thought about where technology was going, which allowed them to depict futures that eventually arrived. Fact 296. The Simpsons prediction phenomenon is, in many ways, a function of the show's enormous volume of content. With nearly 800 episodes containing dozens of jokes and satirical observations each, the show has produced a body of work so large that coincidental matches with real-world events are statistically inevitable. The challenge for any serious examination of the predictions is separating the genuine examples of prescient observation from the large mass of superficial coincidences that are continuously discovered and shared without adequate critical examination. Fact 297. Confirmation bias plays a significant role in the perception of The Simpsons as a predictive text. The human brain is exceptionally good at finding patterns, and exceptionally poor at remembering the instances where patterns were not found. For every Simpsons joke that has a real-world parallel, there are many more that do not. That depicted futures which never arrived, that satirized trends which reversed, that imagined technologies which proved impractical. These non-predictions are forgotten the moment the episode airs. The apparent predictions are remembered and shared indefinitely, creating an archive that looks like prophecy rather than the ordinary byproduct of satire produced at scale. Fact 298. The show's writers have consistently denied that they have any special predictive ability or that the show operates as any kind of prophetic text. Their explanations for the most famous coincidences range from statistical inevitability to careful observation of existing trends to the cyclical nature of history, which tends to produce recognizable patterns even across long time intervals. Al Jean's observation that if you throw enough darts you will get some bullseyes is the most direct formulation of this position, and it is almost certainly correct as a description of the mechanism, even if it does not fully account for every individual case. Fact 299. The cultural impact of The Simpsons on what people expect from their political environment may itself constitute a form of cultural influence on events that the show is later credited with predicting. If The Simpsons makes a joke about a political development, and millions of viewers see that joke, and the joke changes how those viewers think about and discuss the political development, then the show may be shaping the very events it is subsequently described as having predicted. This is a more interesting and more complex mechanism than simple prediction, and it is worth taking seriously as a hypothesis about how enormously popular satirical works interact with political reality. Fact 300. The 300th fact about The Simpsons is this. Whatever mechanism explains the show's apparent predictive capacity, and there are several reasonable candidates ranging from statistical probability to cultural influence to genuine analytical insight, none of them is supernatural. The Simpsons does not predict the future. It reflects the present so clearly and consistently, across such an enormous volume of content and such a long span of time, that its reflection occasionally comes to resemble a portrait of the future as well. This is what the best satire does. It tells you something true about where you are, and the truest things about where you are tend to also be the most accurate descriptions of where you are going. Fact 301. The Simpsons correctly anticipated several major developments in telecommunications technology, including the consolidation of media companies, the rise of on-demand content, and the shift from broadcast to streaming models. These predictions were not made through any special insight into the future of technology, so much as through careful observation of the economic incentives operating in the media industry at the time. The relevant episodes were produced, the consolidation of media companies, the shift towards subscription models, and the prioritization of intellectual property ownership over original production were all visible tendencies in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Fact 302. The episode in which Springfield builds a monorail, sold to them by a con man who uses a spectacular musical number to override the town's better judgment, anticipated the rhetoric that has surrounded various real-world infrastructure boondoggles with remarkable precision. The specific mechanism of the episode, a charismatic salesperson using entertainment and enthusiasm to bypass critical analysis, describes something that recurs in real civic life with considerable regularity. The show did not predict any specific infrastructure failure. It depicted a mechanism of civic manipulation that produces infrastructure failures reliably. Fact 303. The show's engagement with mass surveillance as a theme predates the mainstream public awareness of mass surveillance that arrived with the Snowden disclosures in 2013 by approximately 15 years. Episodes of The Simpsons depicted government monitoring of private communications, corporate surveillance of consumer behavior, and the relationship between data collection and power in ways that were prescient, not because the show had access to classified information, but because the direction of surveillance technology was legible to anyone who was paying attention. Fact 304. The Simpsons has depicted social media dynamics, including viral content, online outrage cycles, and the collapse of the distance between minor events and massive public attention, in ways that feel entirely contemporary to audiences watching those episodes now, despite having been written when the internet was a much more limited and less central feature of everyday life. The show's satirical instincts about human social behavior translated naturally from the contexts in which those instincts were originally applied to the new technological context that emerged in the following decades. Fact 305. The prediction debate around The Simpsons has itself become a cultural phenomenon that the show has addressed, with writers and producers responding in interviews to specific predictions as they are discovered and circulated. This creates a recursive dynamic in which the show's response to its own prediction mythology becomes part of the mythology. The show predicts something, the prediction is discovered, the show's creators respond, the response is covered, the coverage becomes part of the prediction story. The loop is complete, and the cultural production continues. Fact 306. Several of the show's apparent predictions about sports have involved remarkably specific outcomes of events that were difficult to predict even with expert analysis. These sports predictions are the hardest to explain through the mechanisms that account for most of the others. A prediction about a technological trend or a political development can be traced to observable patterns. A prediction about the outcome of a specific sports event is closer to pure chance. And yet the show has produced a few cases where specific sporting outcomes were depicted that subsequently materialized in ways that statistical analysis cannot fully accommodate. Fact 307. The show's depiction of pandemic preparedness failures, which appears most directly in the episode Margin Chains, captured the basic dynamic of the failures that characterized the real COVID-19 response before those failures were visible. The episode depicted a government that was slow to respond, a public that was prone to panic buying, and a medical establishment that was overwhelmed by the scale of the problem. None of these elements required prophetic insight to depict. They were predictable features of a scenario that public health officials had been warning about for years. Fact 308. The economists and social scientists who have analyzed the most persistent and accurate of The Simpsons' apparent predictions have generally converged on a similar conclusion. The show is best understood not as a prophetic text, but as a very good model of American society. One that captures the fundamental dynamics and incentive structures of American life with enough accuracy that its depictions of where those dynamics lead tend to track reality over time. A good model predicts the behavior of the system it models. The Simpsons is a very good model of America. Fact 309. The Simpsons prediction phenomenon has spawned an entire genre of journalism, involving the discovery and reporting of new apparent predictions that has become a reliable source of internet traffic and social media engagement. The discovery of a new Simpsons prediction is a piece of content that reliably generates shares, comments, and discussions, which creates an economic incentive for the continued discovery and reporting of such predictions, regardless of how significant or well-supported any individual case might be. The prediction genre is self-sustaining in a way that the show's creators did not anticipate, and that reflects something interesting about how internet media works. Fact 310. The most interesting prediction attributed to The Simpsons may be the one about its own continued existence. The show has, in various episodes, depicted itself as a long-running cultural institution that has outlasted its own quality, that continues to be produced and watched and argued about long past any reasonable expectation of its continuing, that has become its own cultural monument. The show predicted that it would become what it has become, which is perhaps the most accurate and most self-aware prediction in its entire catalog. Fact 311. The episode that most directly engages with the prediction mythology is not one of the episodes that actually predicted something, but rather a later episode that explicitly discusses and contextualizes the phenomenon. The show's willingness to examine its own predictive reputation from the inside, to apply its satirical capacity to the claim that it is prophetic is both funny and philosophically interesting. A show that is good enough at satire to satirize the claims made about its own satirical capacity has achieved something genuinely unusual. Fact 312. The relationship between The Simpsons and the real world has always run in both directions. The show has absorbed real-world events and transformed them into comedy, and real-world events have been shaped, in some degree, by the cultural frameworks that the show has established. This bi-directional relationship is most visible in the political arena, where the show's satirical framings of political figures and political situations have demonstrably influenced how those figures and situations are discussed in real public discourse. Fact 313. The show has depicted the collapse of American manufacturing, the rise of the gig economy, the opioid crisis as an analogy through various Springfield plots, the privatization of public services, and the concentration of economic power in increasingly small numbers of individuals, all in episodes that predate these trends, becoming dominant features of public conversation. The show's consistent attention to economic inequality and its consequences is one of the most underappreciated dimensions of its cultural significance. Fact 314. Several predictions attributed to The Simpsons turn out, upon close examination, to be retroactive misreadings of what the show actually depicted. The specific details of the prediction do not match the specific details of the real event as closely as the comparison suggests, and the comparison depends on selective focus on the similarities while ignoring the differences. This is not a failure of the prediction but a normal feature of how comparison works when applied to a sufficiently large body of content and a sufficiently varied set of real-world events. Any large archive will contain elements that can be made to resemble any subsequent event if the comparison is selective enough. Fact 315. The lasting legacy of The Simpsons prediction phenomenon may be less about the specific predictions it has produced and more about what it demonstrates about the relationship between long-running cultural works and the societies they describe. A work that engages seriously and continuously with a society's fundamental dynamics over a very long period of time will inevitably produce a record that looks, in retrospect, like a map of where that society was going. The Simpsons is that record for American society from 1989 to the present day. Section 10. Simpsons Records, Milestones, and Strange Trivia. Facts 316 through 345. Fact 316. The Simpsons holds the Guinness World Record for the longest-running American animated television series, a record it has held for several decades and continues to extend with each new season. The show has also held records for the most Emmy Awards won by an animated series, the most guest stars in any television show, and several other categories related to the extraordinary duration and scope of its production. Fact 317. The show's theme music is one of the most recognized television themes in history, consistently ranked in surveys of famous television music at or near the top. Its recognition rate among Americans who have ever watched television is essentially total, meaning that almost any American who has owned a television at any point in the last 35 years can identify the theme from its first few notes. This level of musical recognition is shared by almost no other television theme. Fact 318. The opening title sequence of The Simpsons has been revised more times than any other television show's titles in history. The sequence has been updated to reflect changing animation technology, changing cultural references, changing cast sizes, and dozens of other factors. The basic structure of the sequence, the establishing shot of Springfield, the family members approaching home from different directions, the couch gag, has remained constant. But almost every element within that structure has changed at one point or another. Fact 319. Homer's exclamation of dismay has been performed by Dan Castellaneta more times than any other specific piece of audio associated with any television character in history. The sound appears in nearly every episode of the show, sometimes multiple times, and occasionally in nearly every scene. It has been incorporated into the cultural vocabulary of English-speaking countries, to the point where people use it in everyday speech without necessarily associating it consciously with Homer, treating it as a natural human sound rather than a piece of character voice work. Fact 320. The Simpsons has produced more than 1,000 original songs over the course of its run, including musical numbers, advertising jingles, comedy songs, theme songs for shows within the show, and incidental musical moments that were composed specifically for individual scenes. The total musical output of The Simpsons, if collected, would constitute a body of work larger than that of most professional songwriters' entire careers. Fact 321. The show has been watched by more people in more countries over a longer period of time than any other scripted animated series in the history of television. Estimating the total number of people who have watched at least one episode of The Simpsons is difficult, but credible estimates place the figure in the hundreds of millions across all markets and all broadcast years. This represents a level of cumulative viewership that is almost impossible to conceptualize. Fact 322. The Simpsons movie opened at number 1 at the worldwide box office in its first weekend of release and maintained strong attendance through its theatrical run. Its total worldwide gross of approximately $536 million made it one of the most commercially successful animated films ever produced at the time of its release. The film's success demonstrated that the audience for The Simpsons was not merely a television audience but a theatrical audience willing to pay for an expanded version of the show's world. Fact 323. The show has been the subject of more published academic analyses than any other animated program in history. Books examining The Simpsons have been published by major academic presses, including Oxford University Press, Blackwell, and others, covering the show from philosophical, economic, sociological, theological, literary, and political science perspectives. The breadth of academic engagement with the show reflects both its cultural significance and the genuine richness of the material it has produced over 36 years. Fact 324. The merchandise revenue generated by The Simpsons over the course of its run is estimated to be in the billions of dollars. The show's characters appear on more categories of licensed products than almost any other fictional franchise in television history. The visual identifiability of the yellow-skinned Simpson family has made them uniquely suited for merchandise, since the characters can be immediately recognized even in very simplified graphic representations. A yellow oval with a blue tuft of hair and a round head is recognizably Homer Simpson, even without any other contextual information. Fact 325. The Simpsons has been watched in countries where it has been dubbed into languages that bear almost no relationship to English, including Arabic, Japanese, Chinese, Russian, and dozens of others. In each of these markets, voice actors have performed the characters in ways that adapt not just the language, but the cultural resonances of the characters to local contexts. The degree of creative adaptation involved in these localizations is considerable, since humor, cultural reference, and character voice are all deeply culturally specific. Fact 326. The show holds the distinction of having featured the most celebrities playing themselves on a scripted television program. The list of people who have appeared as themselves in Springfield includes musicians, actors, athletes, scientists, politicians, authors, and individuals whose fame derived from contexts that were not primarily entertainment. The range suggests that at a certain level of cultural prominence, appearing on The Simpsons is understood as a form of cultural affirmation, a recognition that you have become famous enough to be worth placing in Springfield. Fact 327. The Simpsons has generated more internet memes than any other animated television show in history. The show's visual language and its large archive of comedic moments provide a practically inexhaustible supply of images and sequences that can be repurposed and recontextualized for meme formats. The Simpsons meme ecosystem is so large and so self-referential that there are communities dedicated to finding and deploying extremely obscure Simpsons images as a form of sophisticated in-group communication. Fact 328. The show's archive of 780 episodes represents approximately 273 hours of original content, which is longer than many people's entire working year. Watching every episode of The Simpsons from start to finish would take approximately 11 full days of continuous viewing, which makes it one of the longest continuous television experiences available. Several dedicated fans have attempted this and documented the experience. Fact 329. The Simpsons became the first animated show to win the Emmy Award for Outstanding Comedy Series, though this happened before the Emmy category for animated programs was established. In its early years, the show competed directly against live-action comedies and was considered seriously as a contender, winning writing awards and producing episodes that were recognized by Emmy voters as among the finest comedy on television. Fact 330. The show's writer's room has produced more total pages of comedy writing than the combined output of most other writer's rooms in television history. If the scripts for every episode of The Simpsons were collected, they would constitute a document of approximately 15,000 pages of material, not counting the drafts and revisions that were produced and discarded along the way. Fact 331. The Springfield depicted in The Simpsons contains a larger number of distinct named characters than almost any other fictional setting in television history. The Simpsons Wiki, a collaborative fan encyclopedia, contains entries for more than 700 named characters who have appeared in the show across its run, a figure that reflects both the show's extraordinary longevity and the density of character detail in even its background elements. Fact 332. The show has referenced an extraordinary range of literary works over its run, from ancient Greek tragedy to contemporary American novels. The show's literary references have been documented by fans in remarkable detail, and the resulting catalog reveals a writing staff with genuinely Catholic reading habits. References to Homer's Odyssey appear alongside references to Steinbeck, alongside Dickens, alongside contemporary literary fiction, alongside philosophical texts, alongside religious scripture, in a way that reflects the genuine breadth of the writer's reading. Fact 333. The Simpsons has a documented history of breaking network records. It broke viewership records for Fox in its early seasons. It broke records for animated series ratings at various points in its run. It broke records for the longest run of any scripted American television series. It holds records across every major category by which television programs are measured and has held many of these records for so long that they are no longer actively discussed as achievements, but simply accepted as features of the television landscape. Fact 334. The show has been broadcast on more individual television stations, in more countries, than any other American animated series in history. The global broadcast footprint of The Simpsons is so large that on any given day, somewhere in the world, an episode of The Simpsons is being aired on a television channel. The show has achieved a kind of continuous global presence that most entertainment properties can only dream of. Fact 335. The Simpsons has inspired more tattoos than any other animated television show, according to informal surveys and documented collections of Simpsons tattoos. The character's distinctive visual style translates well to tattoo art, and the show's four-decade presence in the culture has given it the kind of emotional significance that people sometimes seek to mark permanently on their bodies. Homer, Bart, and Lisa are among the most frequently tattooed fictional characters in the world. Fact 336. The show has generated more dedicated fan sites, fan wikis, and fan databases than any other animated television program. The collective documentation effort of the Simpsons fan community represents an extraordinary investment of labor and attention over more than 3 decades. Fans have cataloged every episode, every character appearance, every continuity error, every background detail, every joke, and every reference to other works of art or culture that appears in the show. Fact 337. The Simpsons holds a unique place in the history of television animation in that it has maintained its core creative team and voice cast over a longer continuous period than any comparable animated program. The fact that Dan Castellaneta, Julie Kavner, Nancy Cartwright, Yeardley Smith, and Harry Shearer have been performing their characters for more than 3 decades represents a level of professional continuity that is extraordinary by any standard. Fact 338. The show has been honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a recognition typically reserved for individuals rather than television programs. The star was awarded to Matt Groening and the show's creative team as an acknowledgement of the show's impact on American entertainment culture. It represents one of the formal institutional recognitions that have been bestowed on the show over the course of its run, alongside Peabody Awards, Emmy Awards, and other forms of critical and industry acknowledgement. Fact 339. The Simpsons has been cited in legal proceedings, academic papers, journalism, political speeches, and cultural criticism in dozens of countries. Its reach into non-entertainment contexts, into the spaces where societies discuss themselves and their values, is broader than that of any other animated program, and comparable to the reach of major literary works or significant journalism. The show has become a reference point that functions across disciplinary boundaries in a way that very few popular culture products achieve. Fact 340. The production infrastructure that supports The Simpsons, including its writing rooms in Los Angeles, its recording facilities, its animation studios in South Korea, its post-production operation, and its distribution network, constitutes one of the largest and most complex production ecosystems in television animation history. The number of people whose professional lives are supported in whole or in part by the ongoing production of The Simpsons is in the thousands. Fact 341. The show has never been canceled, which by the standards of American network television is itself a remarkable fact. Shows are canceled by networks when they are no longer generating sufficient profit relative to their cost. The Simpsons has never reached that threshold. It has been expensive to produce for decades, particularly given the cast's salary requirements, but the combination of strong international licensing revenue, syndication income, merchandise royalties, and still significant live viewership has kept it consistently profitable throughout its run. Fact 342. The Simpsons has been used as a text in philosophy courses at multiple universities because it addresses philosophical questions with enough seriousness and depth to constitute genuine engagement with the relevant issues. Episodes dealing with free will, moral luck, personal identity, the existence of God, the nature of consciousness, and the relationship between individual virtue and social circumstance have all been cited in academic philosophy literature as useful illustrations of positions in ongoing philosophical debates. Fact 343. The show's depiction of Springfield's geography changes from episode to episode in ways that make any consistent mapping of the town impossible. Fans have spent extraordinary effort attempting to reconcile the various geographic elements depicted in different episodes into a coherent physical space, without success. The show has produced multiple internally inconsistent maps of Springfield that contradict each other in fundamental ways. The impossibility of the geography is a feature rather than a bug, part of what makes Springfield a universal rather than a specific place. Fact 344. The Simpsons has been the subject of official postage stamps in multiple countries, a category of official recognition that places it alongside world leaders, historic events, and national monuments as a subject deemed significant enough for philatelic commemoration. The stamps represent a formal acknowledgement by those countries' postal authorities that The Simpsons has achieved the kind of cultural permanence that makes it a worthy subject for official recognition. Fact 345. The show's contribution to the craft of television comedy, specifically the techniques of joke construction, comedic timing, narrative structure, and character-based humor that it developed and refined during its peak years, is so significant that it constitutes a teaching text for comedy writers and directors in a way that goes beyond mere influence. The best episodes of The Simpsons are studied in comedy writing courses the way classic films are studied in screenwriting courses. They represent a kind of mastery of the form that can be learned from as well as simply enjoyed. Section 11. Hidden details, Easter eggs, and callbacks. Facts 346 through 375. Fact 346. The Simpsons has a tradition of hiding the number 103 in episodes, a reference to the show's production company and its significance in the show's history. Dedicated frame-by-frame viewers have located this number in backgrounds, on signs, on license plates, and in various other contexts across many episodes, cataloging its appearances as a form of treasure hunt embedded in the show's visual details. Fact 347. The background art in The Simpsons contains an extraordinary amount of detail that is rarely visible at normal viewing speeds. Storefronts in Springfield have names that are jokes in their own right. Signs contain references to specific people or events that are only legible if the image is paused. Background characters have consistent designs that appear across multiple episodes, suggesting lives beyond their one-frame appearances. The richness of the background detail is part of what makes repeated viewings of the show's early episodes rewarding in a way that broadcast television rarely promises. Fact 348. The books on the shelves in The Simpsons' house, when visible, contain references to real books, to fictional books within the show's mythology, and to various inside jokes that the production design team has embedded for attentive viewers. This practice of filling readable surfaces with content rather than placeholder text reflects a commitment to the detail that the show's background artists maintained in the early seasons with remarkable consistency. Fact 349. The Simpsons has a tradition of callbacks, in which elements introduced in an earlier episode are referenced or built upon in a later one, that rewards long-term viewers and creates a sense of accumulated history within the show's world. Some of these callbacks are simple jokes, references to previous moments that are funny precisely because they assume the audience's memory of the earlier moment. Others are structural, building storylines or character relationships on foundations established in earlier episodes. Fact 350. The production design of the Simpson family's house is one of the most detailed and consistent backgrounds in American animation. The house has a specific layout that has remained largely consistent across the show's entire run, including the specific placement of furniture, the design of individual rooms, and the particular details of the kitchen, living room, and staircase that appear in hundreds of episodes. Architectural fans have noted that the house's internal layout is, in several respects, physically impossible, since the spaces as depicted do not fit together in the way a real building's spaces would. Fact 351. The Quick E-Mart, where Apu works, has an exterior design that is immediately recognizable and that has been depicted with remarkable consistency across the show's run. The interior of the store contains details, including the rotating hot dog machine, the magazine rack, the squishy machine, and the various products on the shelves, that have become as culturally familiar as the real convenience stores that the show is satirizing. The fictional store has become a recognizable visual icon in its own right. Fact 352. The show has a practice of placing cameo appearances by minor characters in the background of crowd scenes, allowing attentive viewers to spot familiar faces from earlier episodes in new contexts. These background cameos serve both the practical purpose of populating Springfield's scenes with recognizable residents and the entertainment purpose of rewarding viewers who pay attention to the margins of the frame. The practice reflects a commitment to treating Springfield as a real place with a consistent population rather than a backdrop populated with anonymous extras. Fact 353. The specific designs of the background characters in The Simpsons have been reused, recombined, and repurposed across the show's entire run in ways that create a consistent visual grammar for Springfield's population. There are a limited number of base character templates from which the show's background residents are constructed, combined with variations in hair, clothing, and skin color to create the impression of a much larger and more varied population. This efficient approach to background character design is a practical production decision that has also contributed to the show's distinctive visual identity. Fact 354. The show has a recurring visual joke in which characters in the background of certain scenes are depicted doing things that are funny if noticed but do not interrupt the main action of the scene. These background gags require no special knowledge to appreciate, only attention to the parts of the screen that the camera is not drawing the viewer's eye toward. Finding these background gags is one of the pleasures of watching episodes multiple times, since the density of content in the frame means that first-time viewers invariably miss things that become visible on subsequent viewings. Fact 355. The number of times specific characters have been shown dead, injured, or in situations that should be fatal, and then appeared healthy and uninjured in subsequent scenes without explanation, is too large to count comprehensively. The show's approach to physical continuity is deliberately inconsistent, treating injuries and their consequences as episode-specific rather than permanent. This inconsistency is rarely experienced as jarring by regular viewers, because the show has trained its audience to understand that Springfield's physics work differently from real-world physics. Fact 356. The show has produced several episodes that directly reference its own status as a television program and its relationship to its audience. These meta-episodes, in which characters appear to become aware that they exist in a television show, are handled with varying degrees of commitment. Some use the meta-awareness purely as a joke, breaking the fourth wall briefly before returning to the show's normal fictional conventions. Others engage more seriously with what it means for a fictional character to know that they are fictional. Fact 357. The show's treatment of food is one of its most consistently pleasurable visual elements. Food in The Simpsons is depicted with a sensory specificity that has made viewers genuinely hungry in ways that animated depictions of food rarely achieve. The glistening of a fresh donut, the steam rising from a piece of pie, the textured surface of a crusty burger, all depicted with a loving specificity that reflects the genuine food enthusiasm of many of the show's writers. Fact 358. Several Easter eggs in The Simpsons reference specific individuals within the show's production who are not publicly visible figures. Names of animators, production assistants, and other crew members sometimes appear on signs or in background details as acknowledgments of their contributions to episodes. These hidden credits represent the production team's way of recognizing work that would otherwise be entirely invisible to the show's audience. Fact 359. The Simpsons has a tradition of reusing animation when it serves a comedic purpose, showing the same character performing the same action in a later episode as a callback or an economy. In some cases, these repeated animations are deliberate callbacks. In others, they are practical reuses of existing animation that was expensive to produce. The distinction between the two is not always visible to viewers, though dedicated fans have documented many cases of each type. Fact 360. The show's sound design, including the specific sound effects associated with particular characters and situations, has remained consistent across decades in ways that are rarely discussed but that contribute significantly to the show's coherence as a unified experience. The specific sound that plays when Bart's skateboard wheels on a surface, the particular quality of Homer's swallowing sound, the very specific audio of the squishy machine, all of these are as consistent and recognizable as the visual elements of the show's design. Fact 361. The show has occasionally depicted fictional celebrities within the world of Springfield, who are not parodies of specific real celebrities but invented figures who carry recognizable attributes of celebrity culture. These fictional celebrities serve the show's satirical purposes in slightly different ways than celebrity cameos by real people, since they allow the show to push further into exaggeration and darkness without concerning itself with the real-world effects on a specific individual's reputation. Fact 362. The design of Homer's workplace, Sector 7G, includes details that were clearly informed by research into real nuclear facility control rooms. The show has depicted the control room's layout, the design of its equipment, and the specific visual language of nuclear power plant operations with a degree of accuracy that surprised some actual nuclear industry professionals who have commented on the show's production design. Fact 363. The show has a tradition of placing jokes in the background text of documents that appear on screen, including newspaper headlines, legal documents, medical paperwork, and official correspondence. These text jokes are visible only if a viewer pauses the image, and they are sometimes more adult in their humor than the show's foreground comedy would indicate. The willingness to embed jokes in locations where most viewers will never see them reflects the same creative sensibility that produced the richness of the show's background visual detail. Fact 364. The Springfield of The Simpsons contains architectural references to real American cities that are embedded in the design of specific buildings, neighborhoods, and streetscapes. The show's production designers have drawn on the visual languages of numerous American urban and suburban environments to build the visual grammar of Springfield, creating a town that feels simultaneously familiar and impossible, a composite of American architectural experiences rather than a specific place. Fact 365. The show has placed jokes within the legal disclaimers, copyright notices, and other formal textual elements that appear during or at the end of certain episodes. These are the jokes that were most directly aimed at the small number of viewers who would read these materials rather than reaching for the remote or changing channels during the closing credits. They represent the show's commitment to finding comedy in every available surface. Fact 366. The Simpsons has a tradition of ending certain episodes on quiet, understated notes that are a significant departure from the show's typical comedic register. These quiet endings, which involve a character experiencing a genuine emotion rather than a comedic reversal, are often the episode's most remembered moments. The contrast between the show's usual comic energy and these final scene emotional beats creates an effect that would be impossible to achieve in either a pure comedy or a pure drama. The Simpsons occupies a specific tonal space that allows it to be genuinely funny for 22 minutes and then genuinely moving in the final minute. Fact 367. The show has depicted Maggie observing the adult world of Springfield from her particular vantage point, at floor level, in the arms of adults, or in her stroller, in ways that are both comic and occasionally illuminating. Her perspective on the world is literally different from everyone else's, and the show has occasionally used that literal difference to generate visual jokes that depend on the gap between what Maggie sees and what the viewer understands about what she is looking at. Fact 368. The Simpsons has produced several episodes that are structured around formal experiments, episodes that take the form of fake documentaries, legal proceedings, alternative history scenarios, or other non-standard narrative formats. These formal experiments have been among the show's most creatively ambitious moments and have generated some of its most critically praised episodes. The show has always been willing to let its comedic content drive structural experimentation rather than treating the 22-minute sitcom format as an absolute constraint. Fact 369. The specific neighborhood of Evergreen Terrace, where the Simpsons live, has been depicted with enough visual and geographic consistency that fans have constructed fairly detailed maps of the immediate neighborhood, identifying the relative positions of the Simpson house, the Flanders house, the Van Houten house, and various other nearby structures. These neighborhood maps are one of the most detailed pieces of Springfield cartography that fan effort has been able to produce, and they reveal a domestic geography that is specific and internally consistent, even within a larger town geography that is deliberately impossible. Fact 370. The show has embedded references to ongoing storylines from previous episodes in the background details of subsequent episodes, sometimes as acknowledgments of established continuity, and sometimes as gentle jokes about the show's own episodic reset structure. Finding these inter-episode continuity nods is one of the pleasures of watching the show with knowledge of its full history, since they reveal a level of awareness among the production team about the show's accumulated narrative that the surface episodic structure does not always make visible. Fact 371. The Simpsons has a tradition of depicting the Springfield Elementary chalkboard at the beginning of each episode with new text, as previously discussed. But the show has also occasionally used the final frames of episodes to place brief textual messages or images that are visible only to viewers watching in real time on broadcast television, rather than catching the episode in syndication. With different commercial breaks, these broadcast-specific Easter eggs have been documented by dedicated fans who taped episodes at the time of their original broadcast. Fact 372. The production team has embedded references to specific dates and times within episodes in ways that sometimes create interesting connections to real-world calendars. A date shown on a document within an episode may correspond to a real event in the show's production history, or to a date of personal significance to one of the writers, or simply to a random date that became the foundation for fan theories about the show's timeline. The relationship between in-episode dates and real-world chronology is one of the more complex areas of Simpsons fan analysis. Fact 373. The show has a long tradition of depicting television screens within the Simpson household, showing programming that is itself funny, as a background detail that rewards viewers who notice it. The television in the Simpson living room is visible in hundreds of episodes, and the show that appears on it is almost always a specific piece of invented content that is funny in its own right. These background television shows constitute a kind of parallel programming to the main Simpsons episode, viewable only if the viewer's attention wanders from the foreground action to the background detail. Fact 374. Several background signs and storefront names visible in Springfield have become beloved in their own right among devoted fans, achieving a kind of minor celebrity status as particularly well-crafted background jokes. Names like Bloodbath and Beyond, a parody of Bed Bath & Beyond, and The Smelting Pot, a parody of The Melting Pot, are famous enough that many Simpsons fans can quote them from memory, despite their appearance only in the background of a single frame of a single episode. Fact 375. The Simpsons has always treated its audience as attentive enough to notice things that most television programs would not bother hiding. The density of background jokes, background details, inter-episode callbacks, and embedded references in the show's visual and textual elements reflects a fundamental respect for the viewer's intelligence and attention. The show has never aimed at the lowest common denominator of audience engagement. It has always rewarded people who look closely and remember carefully, while also working perfectly well for people who simply want to be entertained. Section 12. Mythology, Legacy, and Farewell Facts. 376 through 300. Fact 376. The mythology of The Simpsons, the accumulated weight of its characters' histories, its running jokes, its emotional through lines, and its portrait of an impossible American town constitutes one of the most elaborate fictional universes ever created for television. It rivals the mythological richness of long-running fantasy and science fiction franchises, while maintaining the surface appearance of a simple family comedy, which is perhaps the most remarkable achievement in the show's entire improbable history. Fact 377. The legacy of The Simpsons in terms of its influence on subsequent animation is so vast that it is almost impossible to describe without simplification. Every animated comedy that has aired since 1989 exists in a world that The Simpsons helped create. The shows that explicitly tried to copy it, the shows that explicitly tried to differentiate themselves from it, and the shows that simply absorbed its influence and moved forward, all bear its mark. It changed what animation is for. It redefined the relationship between animation and adult audiences. It made possible an entire genre of programming that did not exist before it. Fact 378. The emotional legacy of The Simpsons, for the people who grew up watching it, is something that goes beyond cultural influence in any measurable sense. For millions of viewers who watched the show during their childhoods and adolescences, The Simpsons is woven into the fabric of their formative experience in a way that no amount of subsequent cultural distance can untangle. The memories of specific episodes, specific jokes, specific moments of unexpected feeling in the middle of a comedy are part of how those viewers understand their own lives. Fact 379. The show's portrayal of the American working class, centered on Homer's experience at the nuclear power plant and the family's constant financial anxiety despite his steady employment, is one of the most sustained and honest portrayals of working-class American life in the history of American popular culture. The Simpsons were not wealthy. They struggled with debt. They faced financial crises repeatedly. They lived in a world where the system was not designed to make their lives easier. And the show treated these circumstances as the natural background of their lives, neither glamorizing them nor making them a tragedy. Fact 380. The show's portrayal of marriage, specifically the Marge and Homer marriage, has influenced how a generation of Americans think about what a long marriage looks like and what it requires. The show has depicted marriage as a choice that must be remade repeatedly under circumstances of constant change, as a relationship that survives not because of perfection but because of commitment and stubbornness, and a shared history that becomes its own form of love over time. This is not a romantic view of marriage. It is an honest one, and the show has maintained it across 36 seasons with remarkable consistency. Fact 381. The show's treatment of intelligence, specifically the fate of brilliant people in environments that do not value brilliance, is one of its most politically significant ongoing themes. Lisa's intelligence does not protect her from loneliness, or ensure that her insights are heard, or make her life easier in any practical sense. The show has been honest about this since the beginning, depicting a world in which intelligence is a gift that comes with costs as well as benefits, and in which the benefits are not always the ones that the culture promises. Fact 382. The show's depiction of religion, which has engaged seriously with Christian faith, Buddhist practice, Jewish tradition, and various other spiritual frameworks, is notable for its fundamental respect for the religious impulse, even as it satirizes institutional religion. The show has always been clear that it finds organized religious institutions worthy of comic scrutiny while treating the personal and private dimensions of faith with considerably more gentleness. Ned Flanders' faith is never the target of the show's satirical attention. It is always the gap between his faith and the world's response to it that the show examines. Fact 383. The show's treatment of education, specifically the failure of Springfield's public schools to adequately serve their students, is one of its most consistently developed institutional satires. Springfield Elementary is perennially underfunded, poorly managed, and staffed by people who range from burned out to incompetent to occasionally genuinely committed. The school's failure to develop the talents of students like Bart and Lisa is depicted as a structural failure rather than a personal one, and the show has always been sympathetic to the individual teachers and administrators who are trapped in a system that prevents them from doing what they entered the profession to do. Fact 384. The show's relationship to hope is more complex than its reputation for cynicism would suggest. The Simpsons is frequently described as a cynical show, and there is certainly cynicism in its portrait of institutions, power, and social systems. But the show is not cynical about people. Its characters, for all their faults and limitations, are portrayed with genuine warmth and genuine hope for their potential. Homer tries, Marge endures, Bart resists, Lisa fights, Maggie watches and waits. Each of these postures contains a form of hope, an insistence that things matter even in a world that frequently demonstrates that they do not. Fact 385. The show's endurance itself has become part of its meaning. The fact that it has continued for 36 years, producing new episodes year after year, means that it has become a fixed point in the cultural landscape that audiences can return to with a certainty that is rare in a media environment characterized by constant change and cancellation. The Simpsons will be there next Sunday. It has always been there. The certainty of its presence has become, for many viewers, a form of comfort that is entirely separate from any evaluation of the current season's quality. Fact 386. The show has produced episodes that acknowledged major real-world events, from natural disasters to political events to public tragedies, with varying degrees of directness and varying degrees of success. The show's fundamental identity as a comedy creates tension with the impulse to acknowledge real suffering, and the production team has navigated this tension differently in different circumstances. The episodes that have handled these acknowledgments most successfully have tended to be those that found ways to honor the weight of the real event while maintaining the show's essential identity. Fact 387. The relationship between The Simpsons and its audience has evolved significantly over the show's 36 years in ways that reflect broader changes in how audiences engage with long-running television programs. In the early years, the audience was primarily passive, watching episodes as they were broadcast and discussing them afterward in real-world social contexts. As the internet developed, the audience became increasingly active, producing analysis, fan fiction, memes, and theories that fed back into the show's own awareness of itself. The relationship is now fully bidirectional in ways that were not imaginable when the show began. Fact 388. The show has addressed its own decline. The widespread perception that the quality of its later seasons does not match the extraordinary peak of its early years. In a few episodes that engage with the critical discourse around the show with characteristic self-awareness. These meta-engagements are funny and also a little sad. They acknowledge a real aesthetic history while asserting the value of the ongoing work. They are also, in being good episodes themselves, implicit arguments for the show's continued viability. Fact 389. The debate about when The Simpsons peaked is one of the longest-running aesthetic arguments in television history. Different fans draw the line at different points, some as early as the 4th season, others as late as the 10th or 11th. The criteria by which different fans evaluate the show's quality differ significantly, with some prioritizing emotional authenticity, others comedic precision, others narrative coherence, and others the density of cultural reference. The debate is probably irresolvable because the qualities that made the show great in its early years were multiple and interdependent in ways that make their absence in later seasons difficult to isolate. Fact 390. The show's treatment of Bart's future, which has been explored in a few flash-forward episodes alongside Lisa's future, tends to suggest a man who has retained his essential character into adulthood, still finding ways to avoid responsibility, still charming people with his energy and audacity, still navigating life through improvisation rather than planning. These glimpses of adult Bart are bittersweet in ways that the show's depiction of child Bart never quite is, because they suggest that Springfield does not always produce the kind of change in its residents that their potential might have warranted. Fact 391. The show's treatment of Marge's future, in the same flash-forward episodes, tends to suggest a woman who has come into her own in ways that her position as the practical center of an often chaotic household does not quite allow. Future Marge is often portrayed as having finally had the space and the time to develop the creative and intellectual interests that her domestic role has required her to keep in the background. These portrayals are hopeful in a quiet way that honors the character's sacrifices without making them seem wasted. Fact 392. The show's enduring appeal to children who discover it for the first time, decades after its most celebrated seasons, is one of the more interesting features of its cultural persistence. Each generation of young viewers comes to The Simpsons as a new audience, without the context of the show's original reception or the framework of the peak-decline debate, and many find in it exactly what the original audience found. The show's humor, its characters, and its emotional core are accessible enough to function across generational contexts in ways that genuinely beloved works of art often manage. Fact 393. The possibility that The Simpsons might eventually end, that the show that has run for 36 seasons might at some point produce its final episode, has been discussed and debated periodically throughout the show's history. Various figures connected to the show have given different answers to questions about whether and when this might happen. The show has continued past every predicted endpoint. At this point, predicting its conclusion has become its own kind of category error. The show will end when it ends, and when it does, the farewell to Springfield will constitute a cultural event of a kind that has no real precedent. Fact 394. The show's final episode, whenever it comes, will face a challenge that no television comedy has ever faced at quite this scale. It will need to provide some form of resolution for characters that millions of people have spent decades with, while respecting the fundamental premise of the show, which is that these characters do not change, do not age, and do not end. Finding a way to say goodbye to people who cannot, within their own mythology, ever say goodbye, will require a creative solution of considerable ingenuity. Fact 395. The question of whether The Simpsons should continue or whether it has run its natural course is a question that different people answer differently, based on what they value in the show and what they believe a creative work owes to its history. The argument for continuation is that the show still produces episodes that find genuine emotional truth and genuine comedy. The argument for conclusion is that the show's legacy is best served by ending on its own terms rather than exhausting itself indefinitely. Both arguments are serious and both deserve consideration. Fact 396. The show's impact on Matt Groening's own biography is worth noting. Groening arrived at James L. Brooks's office in 1987 as the creator of a modestly successful underground comic strip, sketched a family in a waiting room, and produced something that would define his professional identity for the rest of his life, and that would make him one of the most significant figures in the history of American popular culture. The distance between that waiting room and the show's 36th season is one of the more remarkable trajectories in the history of entertainment. Fact 397. The show's relationship to the city of Springfield, Oregon, which Matt Groening identified as the inspiration for the town's name, has been complex. The real Springfield has both embraced and been ambivalent about its association with a fictional town that is simultaneously a loving portrait of American community life and a portrait of an American community that is fundamentally broken. The people of the real Springfield have generally embraced the association with humor and with a recognition that being the inspiration for an internationally beloved fictional place is not the worst thing that can happen to a mid-sized Oregon city. Fact 398. The show's portrayal of the Simpson family as the quintessential American family has prompted some critics to ask whose America is being depicted. The Simpsons are a white, middle-class, nominally Christian nuclear family in a predominantly white, mid-sized American town. This demographic profile represents one America, an important and numerically significant one, but not the only America. The show's universality, its capacity to resonate with viewers from widely different backgrounds, is not simply a function of its demographic setting but of its emotional content, its commitment to depicting love, struggle, hope, and failure in ways that translate across specific circumstances. Fact 399. The show's contribution to how people understand themselves and their families is perhaps its most significant and least measurable legacy. Millions of people have watched Homer and Marge navigate their marriage and have thought about their own marriages. Millions of people have watched Lisa fight for recognition and have felt seen. Millions of people have watched Bart resist and have remembered their own resistance to a world that did not quite fit them. The show has given people language and images for experiences that they were already having, which is what the best art always does. Fact 300. The final fact is the simplest and perhaps the truest one. The Simpsons is still running. After 36 seasons and more than 780 episodes, after the death of beloved cast members and the departure of key creative voices and the passing of the cultural moment that first brought it into the world, after every argument about whether it has declined and every prediction that it was about to end, after all of the theories and mysteries and analyses and debates, the show is still running. Homer still goes to work. Marge still waits at home. Bart still skates the streets of Springfield. Lisa still plays her saxophone into an indifferent afternoon. Maggie still watches everything with her enormous eyes and says nothing. The family is still on the couch. The loop is still floating. And Springfield is still there, still impossible, still familiar, still waiting for you whenever you want to go back. Which you can do anytime you like. That's 300 facts about The Simpsons. You have been listening for a while now, and if you are still awake, well done. If you drifted off somewhere around Burns's immortality or the floating timeline or the quiet miracle of Maggie's first word, then you probably had a good night. Come back whenever you like. Springfield will be exactly where you left it. Get some rest now. The beer is still cold on Evergreen Terrace. The lights are still on. The family is still together. Good night.